Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to call this meeting of Tallahassee City Commission to order. It is 3:02 in the afternoon on Wednesday, January 14th. This is our first meeting of 2026. We got packed chambers, a great meeting before us today. Before we get started, let me recognize Commissioner Diane Williams-Cox for a special introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We are proud to have in our midst today young people who are going to take our place from Hartsfield Elementary School right here in Tallahassee. Stand up. They're here with their teacher, Mrs. Jones, and they wanted to come, and I said, come on down. The price is right. This is your government. So we're so proud to have you all here in Chambers, and they have pen and paper, so they're taking notes. So be careful what you say. They're going to write it down. So thank you for being here. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sure.
Students, welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to introduce Evangelist Annette McBride, the Director of Worship and Creative Arts at Life Changers Church of God in Christ, who will be providing our invocation. If you will please stand for the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Father, we thank you for this opportunity we have in this first commission meeting of 2026. We ask that you bless this commission meeting and every participant with a purpose and heartfelt desire to better serve the citizens of Tallahassee. We pray divine favor, guidance, and wisdom for the mayor, the commissioners, city staff, and leadership. Father, we ask that you would grant clarity of thought for impactful decisions that need to be made. I pray for respectful dialogue in all discussions and conversations that would produce unity and a greater commitment to fairness and integrity for the common goal and betterment of our city and the citizens. I pray for peace, that it would surpass our understanding and make room for collaboration, harmony, and togetherness with the local government, public safety, law enforcement, and all the citizens. Let your love and peace rest, rule, and abide in each commission meeting for this entire year. I pray your grace and mercy sustain the health and wealth of this city, and that your favor and strength help maintain a standard of excellence and care towards every policy, procedure, resolution, contract, ordinance, expenditure, use of funds, budget, and service, both present and to come. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you will join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Pastor, thank you very much. Certainly appreciate it. It's a great way to start off our meeting today. All right, Mr. Manager, do we have any agenda modifications?
Yes, sir. Item 5.03 has been added to your presentation section.
All right.
And we have updated the attachment to item 12.03. That item is seeking adoption of Resolution 26R03 to make certain findings and authorize the execution of the MOU between Florida State University and the City of Tallahassee, and set the third and final public hearing for March 11th, 2026 at 9 a.m. That item has been updated to reflect addresses in the opening paragraph, as well as further correction to reflect the final draft of the MOU.
Excellent. Any questions, colleagues, on agenda modifications? All right, seeing now, we have 3 presentations. Colleagues, if y'all want to join me down at the podium. All right, for our first presentation today, I would like to invite Reginald Ifwani and the members of the City of Tallahassee team that will be helping us with Arbor Day to please come join us down front. I want to thank y'all for everything you do each and every day. As I said at the retreat earlier, I love working with y'all. You're absolutely amazing. We are so honored to have you all in Chambers with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, if you want to know why Tallahassee is known as one of the most beautiful places on earth, it is these men and women right here that work day in and day out, beautification, to keep this place so absolutely wonderful. What an honor to have everybody here. Where's Bridget? No. All right, so you're okay. Sounds good. Sounds good. Ladies and gentlemen, from the governing body of the City of Tallahassee, a proclamation. Whereas in 1872, J. Sterling Morton proposed to the Nebraska Board of Agriculture that a special day be set aside for the planting of trees. And whereas Arbor Day is now observed throughout the nation and the world, and whereas trees can cut energy use for heating and cooling, help clean the air, reduce stormwater runoff, produce life-giving oxygen, and provide habitat for wildlife, and whereas Tallahassee has one of the highest percentages of tree canopy coverage in the nation at 55%, and has for not one, not two, not three, but 33 consecutive years been recognized by the Arbor Day Foundation as a Tree City USA community. And whereas a healthy urban forest has repeatedly been shown to be a critical component to a vibrant and livable community economically, environmentally, and socially, and whereas the City of Tallahassee continues to implement the recommendations set forth within the Urban Forest Master Plan, which serves as a guide to enhance our community's tree canopy now and in the future, and whereas the City of Tallahassee employs more than 20 certified arborists and tree care professionals who provide close care for trees within our public right-of-way, participate in reforestation efforts, and help educate residents about the proper care for trees on private property. And whereas hundreds of trees are planted by the City of Tallahassee on residential property each year, free of charge, through its popular Adopt a Tree program, and whereas trees have always been an essential part of our community's excellent quality of life, adding joy and spiritual comfort to generations of residents and visitors alike, now therefore I, John Evans Daly, by the authority vested in me as the mayor of the City of Tallahassee, do hereby proclaim Saturday, January 24th, coming up, 2026 as Arbor Day in the City of Tallahassee, and urge all citizens to plant and care for trees to help continue the long-lasting relationship between trees and the City of Tallahassee community. Read into the record in front of each and every one of you here today, signed with my signature, John E. Daly, dated January 14th, 2026. Consider this your formal invitation to join us on Arbor Day, to come out and make our community that much more special. It is my honor to present you with this incredible proclamation.
Good afternoon. I'd just like to say thank you to the mayor pro tem, the city manager, commissioners, fellow officials, staff, and especially the citizens of Tallahassee. Your support recognizes the vital work of our city's arborists and horticulturalists in departments like electric, growth management, underground utilities and public infrastructure, parks and rec, and community beautification and waste management. We're fortunate to have these dedicated certified professionals who nurture our vibrant urban canopy daily, ensuring Tallahassee remains beautiful and welcoming. While 2025 brought welcome calm for major stores, our crews were not idle. Over 1,400 trees were planted through various projects in 2025, such as Arbor Day, the Adopt a Tree program, Friends of Our Parks, and other beautification and reforestation projects throughout Tallahassee. We've already started 2026 off strong, with over 400 trees being planted for Adopt a Tree, 100 trees in various open spaces for lost canopy, and another projected 83 trees to be planted in our city parks, and many more to come. This year, we're excited to celebrate Arbor Day in collaboration with Leon County. Together, we are encouraging our citizens to plant Shumard oaks, live oaks, willow oaks, crab apples, and beautyberries in their neighborhoods and yards, and in joining efforts on the 24th at St. Mark's Headwaters Greenway Buck Lake Trailhead. And I'd like to close with a paraphrase of a timeless Greek proverb that captures the spirit of this occasion. A society grows great when its citizens plant trees whose shade they know they will never sit in. Thank you.
Love it. Thank you all so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I would, for our second presentation today, I know we have a lot of friends from the community. Dr. Robin Hassler-Thompson is here. We have other board members and friends of the Survive and Thrive Advocacy Center. Would everybody please come forward that is here for this special occasion? Come join us. Robin, it's great to see you. No kidding. How about that? Thank you all so much for coming out. From the governing body of the City of Tallahassee, a proclamation. Whereas January is National Human Trafficking Prevention Month and is observed in communities across the country, and whereas human trafficking is a $150 billion a year global criminal enterprise and a human rights violation, and in Florida is ranked third in the nation by the National Human Trafficking Hotline. And whereas here in Tallahassee, sex and labor traffickers ruthlessly target and exploit people who are vulnerable, including children and youth, homeless and displaced individuals, persons with disabilities, immigrants, and those with financial hardships for greed and profit, because human trafficking happens in all communities, not just major metropolitan areas. And whereas rampant misinformation about sex and labor trafficking is still far too common, making it difficult for survivors to come forward for help, and for those in business, social services, faith communities, schools, healthcare, and the justice system to recognize and respond safely to help those who are trafficked or at risk of being trafficked. And whereas the Survive and Thrive Advocacy Center is marking 11 years of service in this community, empowering over 275 human trafficking survivors to rebuild their lives and educating over 26,000 people to prevent, recognize, and respond to trafficking situations. And whereas STAC, did I say that right? STAC, okay. Right, whereas, pardon me, whereas STAC is hosting a major human, let me start over. Whereas STAC is hosting a major human trafficking symposium and its annual fundraiser, Imagine Freedom 2026, on January 29th to expand knowledge and understanding about the realities facing trafficking survivors, to show how to respond if human trafficking is suspected, to unite this community to take action against exploitation and trafficking, and to honor and celebrate this community's leaders and change makers who have made a difference in the lives of the vulnerable. Now, therefore, I, John Evans Daly, by the authority vested in me as the mayor of the City of Tallahassee, do hereby recognize January as National Human Trafficking Prevention Month and urge all residents, businesses, and organizations to participate in efforts to prevent human trafficking, support survivors, bring human traffickers to justice, spread awareness, and take tangible steps to end human trafficking throughout our community. Read into the record in front of each and every one of you here today, signed with my signature, John E. Daly, dated January 14th, 2026. First of all, on a point of personal privilege, ladies, I want to thank you all for everything that you do in our community to prevent human trafficking. We certainly do appreciate it, and thank you for being here today. This is extremely important. Robin, I'd like to present you with the proclamation and give you an opportunity to say a couple of words as well.
Thank you, sir.
Okay?
Thank you
Absolutely.
so much.
Podium is yours.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you very much to the commission, to the staff, to everyone who's here today who have made a huge difference in our community. We're here, it's January again, and we've come to you every year with the request for this proclamation because it is so important that we keep talking about this issue. I'd like to recognize the people here with us today, and it's just absolutely overwhelming to see friends and others who have been partners on this issue. First, let me just recognize, too, we have board members here, Vanya Aguilar, Kia Thomas, Ashton Cobb, and, pardon? And Samir Jain, of course. Samir, we wear so many hats. I'm like introducing him on a lot of levels. So you're all here. We also have with us today the winners of an award that STAC provides every year to those in the community who are going above and beyond in making our community safer, in standing with and walking with survivors, and who have been in the trenches with us for almost these 11 years. So this year, we'll be recognizing the Commission on the Status of Women and Girls, and I'd like Stephanie Shoemate and the commission members who are here to, Dr. Judy is here, and our other commission members, Jasmine, yes, there you are. Okay, Dr. Jasmine is here, and thank you so much for coming and being with us today. We also have one of our biggest community partners is the CCYS, Capital City Youth Services. Gwen Verostek, who is the CEO of CCYS, is also here with us today. I also want to recognize Carly Gordon, who's on our staff. Carly is our administrative assistant, and Mr. Maynor, you might recognize Carly, came to you a long time ago and said, hey, how do I make a difference in Tallahassee? She was our intern, everybody, and now we've hired her. So we also have people in the community. I recognize many of you. Stephanie Shoemate is here from the commission as well. So thank you, everybody, and thank all of you who are here. Each year, it's important for us to talk about human trafficking, and I've kind of tried to distill it down to 3 reasons. The first reason is the situation has grown more dire. STAC gets calls almost every single day from people who are both sex and labor trafficked who are in our area. We've seen over the last several days, several months, several years that people have grown more economically insecure, that things are more expensive, that housing is more unavailable. And I promise you that if we are not here with help and assistance and standing with each other, traffickers will. They'll offer through grooming, through enticement, through promises and lies that they will meet the needs of the people who are most vulnerable. We have 19 clients on our roster right now in terms of the people we're actively helping, and I can tell you that's a lot for a small agency like ours. And believe me, part of the different difficulties that we've had too is a lot of funding has gone down as prices have risen. We know that makes kids, parents, all of us in the community at greater risk. And as the mayor said too, there's tons of misinformation about trafficking. Some people think it's only about abduction and kidnapping, and I can promise you that the 275 people we've assisted, none have been abducted or taken off the street. It's all happened through families, through people in their community, through those who've made promises to them that they would take care of them and instead exploited them. Second, I want to make sure that everybody knows that we can all make a difference, and that's the good news. We are all here together, and this is proof positive starting out, and that we can make a difference initially through education. So a lot of people think of STAC as a community educator because, like you said, now it's up to like 27,000 that we've educated both online, in person, in a lot of different ways. But getting educated has got to be the most important thing. And it's important for us. I mean, I love all the white coats here, and part of it is, you know, healthcare providers need to be able to recognize that someone has been trafficked when they come into your emergency department. And a lot of you are getting that training now. But we know that there's a lot more that can be done. People who have been trafficked often don't know that they have even been trafficked. I talked to a woman last week who said it wasn't until she sat down with an advocate and a provider that she said, I know this is going on with me now. So unless we sort of make sure people understand, we won't be able to make a difference. So please, understanding that education is number one. One of the things that you all funded, and I thank you for this, is you funded the creation of an online learning resource called stacpro.org. It's a 1-hour program that you can today go home and get a certificate, and you will have become more educated. And I'd like to recognize Mayor Pro Tem Richardson, you have taken the Stack Pro course.
I'm a sister girl.
You've done it. And really, this is something that we could all benefit from. Stack will also come to you and tailor a training to you to do the Stack Pro and be certified. I'd like to challenge the City of Tallahassee to make this training available to every single city employee. The county has it on their learning management system. We will come and do whatever you want to try to get every single person who goes into an agency or business educated on how and to make sure that they're recognizing a human trafficking situation. We also know that there are linkages with this issue with all of you, and there isn't an area of law, of business, of any place that you could tell me that human trafficking is not making an impact. So you can understand that part. The third thing to mention, the third thing you could do is come to our Imagine Freedom event at the end of the month. You could come and online learn at a symposium we're doing that same day and this Friday. And that is really the heart of what we do in order to do a better job assisting survivors. Because we are working with survivors every day, and at these learning events that we have survivors coming and being our teachers. They're lived experience experts. Stack works with survivors all the time. And this year, more than ever, survivors' voices are present with all of our training this month. So our website is surviveandthriveadvocacy.org, and all of our information is there. Finally, I mentioned the Gratitude Award. So the Zonta Club, the Commission on the Status of Women and Girls, and not here is Angel Wings, if you know Dr. Wendy Strickland Dawson. She couldn't be here. She's testifying across the street. And the FSU College of Law HELP program. The HELP program stands for Human Trafficking Exploitation Law Project. It's a clinical program also that has done much to educate and create new policy and advocacy for us throughout the state. So Paulo Anino is the professor there. He does amazing work, and they'll also be recognized. So I'll stop. You have a big agenda today. I just want to say thank you again to all of you for your abiding support of this issue, and thank you, all of you, for listening. Thank you.
Thank you. Robin, come on over here. For the final presentation, point of personal privilege, in 1995-96, I had the honor and privilege to serve as the student body president at Florida State University. I see my friend Carson Dale, who is the president here. Will you please come join me for this presentation? And of course, Mr. President Richard McCullough, will you please come join me as well? Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to direct your attention to the screens.
And here comes the corner for Florida State. Is this where a difference is made? Hudson won it in the air. McGrew. Ball still bouncing in front of the goal. The Seminoles, with 3 minutes on the clock, find their way in front of this national championship game.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand welcome the 2025 Women's Soccer Division I National Champs. What a spectacular day. It is great to have the Lady Seminoles here. I don't know who wants to speak on behalf, but here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, from the governing body of the City of Tallahassee, a proclamation. Whereas the Florida State University women's soccer team has triumphed on the national stage, capturing their 5th NCAA Division I Women's Soccer National Championship. With a hard-fought 1-0 victory over Stanford University in the College Cup final. I didn't realize how much Stanford really dislikes us. Yes, because we just keep beating them over and over and over. Absolutely. And whereas this victory, secured by a late and decisive goal and a resolute defensive performance, reflects the extraordinary talent, teamwork, and perseverance of the players, coaches, and support staff. And whereas this national title marks the Seminoles' 3rd championship in the last 5 years. Ladies and gentlemen, the 3rd championship in the last 5 years, and highlights the program's sustained excellence and elite status in collegiate women's soccer. And whereas through grit, passion, and unwavering dedication, the team has brought immense pride and honor to Florida State University, its alumni, fans, and definitely to the city of Tallahassee and the broader Tallahassee community. And whereas the accomplishments of these student athletes serve as an inspiration to aspiring young athletes everywhere, exemplifying the highest ideals of sportsmanship, discipline, academic, and athletic achievement. Now, and whereas we celebrate and commend the Florida State University's women's soccer team for their remarkable achievement as the 2025 NCAA national champions and honor their commitment to excellence, now therefore I, John Evans Daly, by the authority vested in me as the mayor of the city of Tallahassee, do hereby recognize the 2025 Florida State University women's soccer team, the 2025 NCAA national champions. Read into the record in front of each and every one of you, signed with my signature, John E. Daly, dated January 14th, 2026. Let's hear it for the Noles. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor Daley and members of the City Commission. It is an honor to represent Florida State and the city of Tallahassee, and we greatly appreciate all the support we received throughout the whole season. I'm going to hand it over to one of our players, but thank you very much.
Thank you guys for having us. It's an honor to be here, and thank you guys for all your guys' support, and see you guys next season.
All right. And let's set up for a quick picture. Let me remind you, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that the 5 national championships that this team has won represents 20% of all national championships won at Florida State University. This is truly a dynamic program and an absolutely incredible team. So if you don't mind, we're going to get a picture with you real quick. Come on over. Let's set up. Mr. President. Right here. Okay, nobody move. Don't stay right there. Once in a lifetime opportunity, I want my elementary students to come forward. Let's give a boys and girls, these are what student athletes. These are what champions look like. That's right. All right, so let's all just kind of get in together. We're going to get a big picture. I appreciate y'all being with us. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We'll sneak right behind you. All right. One, three, two, one. Excellent. Coach, take this.
We got some more.
Oh, here we go. What a great way to start the meeting. I mean, you can't beat that. That was incredible. Okay, we have no more presentations for today. We are on announcements. Any formal announcements before the City Commission? Mr. Manager.
No, sir.
All right. Do we have any formal appearances by other governmental entities before us today?
No, sir.
Okay, we're on consent agenda. Has any consent agenda item been pulled?
No, sir.
Do we have any public comment on any consent agenda item?
No, sir.
All right, colleagues.
Move consent agenda.
Consent agenda has been properly moved by Commissioner Williams-Cox. Is there a second? Seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. Any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously 5-0. Okay, we are on item number 10.01, the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee appointment. Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. The Affordable Housing Advisory Committee has a seat that is designated for a locally elected official. Commissioner Richardson has served in that seat, but the term expired on December 31st of 2025. He's recommended to return to that seat for a term that will expire on December 31st of 2028.
Mayor Pro Tem still interested in serving?
I am, very
Excellent.
much so.
Any public comment on this one?
No, sir.
All right.
Move recommendation of the committee.
Been properly moved by Commissioner Williams-Cox. I'll second it. Any further comment? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. Passes unanimously 5-0. We're on the introduction of ordinances, 11.01. Madam Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item number 11.01 is the introduction of ordinance number 26-Z-01, an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee amending the Southwood Planned Unit Development on the official zoning map of the City of Tallahassee, project site located on approximately 3,322 acres and is generally bounded by Appalachie Parkway on the north, Southwood Plantation Road and Biltmore Avenue on the east, Tram Road on the south, and Capitol Circle Southeast on the west, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. The recommended action is option 1, introduce ordinance number 26-Z-01, and set the first and only public hearing for February 18, 2026 at 6 p.m. in the City of Tallahassee City Commission chambers at City Hall. Please note that any ex parte disclosures concerning this item are available via the hyperlink included in the agenda item as published in the city's board doc system.
Excellent, thank you. Any public comment on this item?
No, sir.
All right, it's an introduction of ordinance, but I'll take a ceremonial motion to accept the introduction.
Move.
Probably moved by the Mayor Pro Tem.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Williams-Cox. Further comment? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously 5-0. Any other ordinances to be introduced tonight?
Oh, no, sir.
Excellent. Policy formation direction, 12.01. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let me ask Dr. Karen Jumonville to come forward. She's going to make the presentation. She's also joined by our Director of Growth Management, John Reddick, and we want to lay out this item for you, which is a street renaming at your direction from earlier this fall last year.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Mayor and Commissioners, this item requests your approval for the renaming of East Jefferson Street from South Monroe Street to South Calhoun Street, which is located on the north side of the Leon County Courthouse, to Dave Lang Street in recognition for his decades of service to Leon County and the community. A graduate of Florida State University with a degree in public administration, He served with the U.S. Army 2nd Armored Division in occupied Germany and continued his military service in the Army Reserve, retiring as a lieutenant colonel. He began working for Leon County government in 1959, embarking on what would become 42 years of distinguished public service at the local level. Elected Leon County Clerk of the Circuit Court and County Courts in 1992, retired Lieutenant Colonel Lang provided visionary leadership during a period of significant change. This included the modernization of the clerk's office by computerizing all departments and digitizing public records. Under his leadership, the clerk's office became the first clerk of the court in the U.S. to place court records online for public access, an innovation that set a model later adopted throughout Florida and across the nation. He concluded his tenure in 2001 after guiding the office through the historic 2000 presidential election. If approved, East Jefferson Street from South Monroe Street to South Calhoun Street will be renamed to Dave Lang Street effective March 2nd, 2026. Retired Lieutenant Colonel Lang and his family are here as well. We're happy to answer any questions you might have.
Do we have any public comment on this item?
No, sir.
So let me begin by saying I wholeheartedly support this, and I cannot think of a better public servant that that deserves such recognition. I have known the Lang family all of my life. Dave Lang certainly exemplifies what a public servant is all about. Literally has been studied. He is that good. I want to take a second to recognize Mr. Dave Lang, who is in the chambers with us. Dave, if you'll please stand. I want to thank Mr. Lang for his service to our country. I want to thank Dave Lang for his service to our community. If you were to look up public service in the dictionary, I am sure your picture is right there. I'm also proud to say that his wife, Mrs. Lang, was my 5th grade teacher, and I loved her just as much and loved the entire family. I would like to make the motion that we accept the agenda item and move forward. Is there a second?
Second.
May we make the second a unanimous second?
Yes.
Without objection. Open it up for any other comments.
Mr.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I just wanted to thank Bill Eichhofer, who brought this initially to my attention and helped to shepherd this through the process. I don't know if Bill is here or not, but we want to thank him for that.
Excellent. Wonderful.
I had the opportunity to greet Mr. Lang before the meeting, and I'm young enough to remember him as clerk of court, and so I too wholeheartedly support this. He has earned this. We're not giving it. He's earned it.
That's right.
And we thank you for your service, sir.
That's right. Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your service, Mr. Lang. I worked as a legal assistant at the Office of Criminal Conflict and Civil Regional Counsel, which is a public defender's office, so I know how important personally having a good relationship and a functional clerk's office is, and your leadership has certainly served this community well, so thank you. Proud to recognize you today.
Okay. There is a motion on the table with a unanimous second to rename the street Dave Lang Street. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. And it passes unanimously. And we look forward to celebrating with you soon at the actual renaming. All right, we are on item number 12.02. Mr. Manager.
I'm just going to continue with Deputy City Manager Jumonville. She has this item as well, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Mayor and Commissioners, this item on the agenda addresses the sale of a 4.54-acre piece of surplus property on Capitol Circle Northwest. between Commonwealth and Hartsfield Road. The parcel was purchased by the electric utility in 2004. We don't have a need for it anymore. It's been decommissioned for electric purposes, so it's considered surplus property. You may remember at the October 22nd meeting, you authorized staff to solicit the sale through an open market solicitation using a city term contract real estate broker. We've done that. We've received an offer for $2.35 million for the property. The appraised value of the property is between $1.9 million and $2.37 million. So the offer we've received is at the high end of that range. This recommendation has been reviewed by the Real Estate Committee and received unanimous support. So with that, we're recommending option 1.
Excellent, thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
No, sir.
All right, colleagues, questions, direction?
Move staff recommendation.
Okay, it's been properly moved by Commissioner Williams-Cox. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by the Mayor Pro Tem. Commissioner Matlow, you're recognized for comment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you. Do we know the intended use of the buyer?
2 to 3 retail pads.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Okay. See no further questions. All those in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, passes unanimously 5-0. Thank you. We're on item number 12.03. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item seeks your approval to adopt Resolution 26-R-03 to make certain findings and authorize me, the city manager, to execute the MOU between the city and Florida State University involving the assets of the hospital known to us as TMH. And also set the third and final public hearing for March 11th, 2026 at 9 a.m. Mark Mushton, who is the president of Neighbors Giblin Nickerson, has represented the city on this matter, and he has a presentation. Prior to his presentation, I'd like to recognize FSU President Richard McCullough. He's in attendance, and he would like to share a few words, if that's okay.
All right.
And then we can move straight
Sounds
into the
good. President
presentation.
McCullough, floor is yours. Mr. Clerk, while President McCullough is coming up, how many speakers do we have on this item?
Mayor, it looks like I've got about 20 speakers. Also want to let you and the commission know that I know we had and may still have a number of members of the public who are in the mezzanine. We're at capacity, and so some of those may be speakers. So as we get to those speakers, we'll be patient and call them. If they're out, they'll get to come in for that moment.
Of course. Mr. President, it was an honor to stand with you during the national championship presentation, and it's an honor to have you here today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, city commissioners, members of the public. I'm happy to be here, which I believe is a truly great day for Tallahassee and the future of healthcare in our community. I want to express my sincere appreciation to everyone in the city commission, administration, who worked so hard to make this MOU possible. These negotiations were difficult, complex, and they took time. But we believe that we arrived at a very positive place, one that's important for the future of this community. This agreement marks a significant milestone. Florida State University, for the city, Tallahassee, for Tallahassee Memorial Healthcare, and all the people that we serve. This is a milestone day, I believe, for this city and the surrounding area, but most importantly, for the people that we serve. Transfer of these assets to FSU Health will have a lasting and transformative impact. It will strengthen the foundation, better health care, open opportunities for growth and innovation. Why? To benefit the community. I want to thank all the attorneys that worked diligently on this real estate transaction, and I'd like to turn it over to them to present the details. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Mr.
Mr. Manager.
I see CEO Mark O'Brien in the audience. I want to recognize him, appreciate his work on this and his friendship with the hospital, and certainly offer, Mark, if you would like to make any comments, certainly you can at this time if you would like. If not, we can move into the presentation. Okay.
All right, it's an honor and a privilege to invite back to chambers former Commissioner Mark Mushton for the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. I've spent a lot of time in this room, in a lot of different capacities. And so I'm here today, though, as a lawyer, and I'm your lawyer. The city attorney had brought our firm on kind of end of last summer to assist in some advice with this matter, and then we served as I served as the lead negotiator, excuse me, with Florida State, along with the manager, the city attorney, and the treasurer clerk. So I'm going to walk you briefly through the memorandum. I'll start with sort of describing what the process is and where we are with this. Assuming that you go forward with this today, this isn't the last stop. There'll be another opportunity to examine the details on this, because this is just a memorandum. There's the actual agreement to come. And even if you vote no today, you can vote yes then, or vice versa. And there'll be a public hearing, I think, I think that's scheduled for March 11th per the agenda item. But in terms of the memorandum, our advice to the city in going into this was that the FSU and TMH have entered into their own memorandum of understanding of how this will work, and that contemplates really no real involvement of the city. And so once the transfer is made, they're going to run the hospital, and it's on them. And so our advice was, well, if there's anything that the city feels like they have to have, given that, because you're not going to have an opportunity to interact in that equation, then it needs to be in the transfer documents that transfer the property. And so there were really 3 or 4 things that stood out and that are part of the memorandum. The first is the indigent care provision. So I'm sure you're probably aware that the existing lease with TMH requires them to provide indigent care, and they've done so for 40, 50 years. And so the memorandum essentially just extends that forward. There's no termination date to that, so that's something that FSU would be agreeing to do for, as long as they own the property. The second sort of large issue was the fact of control. What we didn't want to have happen, and I think this is highly, highly unlikely, but that's why you have lawyers, because highly unlikely things can happen. But what we didn't want to have happen was for Florida State to say 2 years in, well, gee, this academic health center, yeah, maybe we won't do that. We're just going to sell this to somebody else. And so there's a provision that restricts that they cannot sell it to somebody else without coming back to the city commission. Also a provision that they couldn't lease it to somebody else for some period of time, that it's contemplated going into this, that this is going to be with TMH, and absent a default by TMH, it'll continue to be with TMH for some period of time. Or it would have to come back to the city commission for approval. There's some technical provision about the bondholders. The city has existing bonds outstanding that are secured by the TMH, the hospital revenues, and it was important to make sure, for the bondholders' sake, that if and when this transfer goes through, FSU will continue to send that money on to the bondholders if, for whatever reason, the lease goes away with TMH. And then there was a matter of money. And so, as you've seen from the MOU, there's sort of 3 components to the payment here. The first component is just a straight payment of $109 million over 30 years in equal payments. The second component, which there's a whole lot of discussion about in the negotiations, was that I think the city had an interest in making sure that the facilities in Tallahassee are up to snuff, and not that they're necessarily in bad shape now, but and I know, when I go to the hospital, I go to the part that I've gone to since I was 7, that was built in the 40s, because I know where the stairs are there. And I mean, there clearly, is work to be done there. It's very hard to renovate the middle of a hospital and expensive. And so part of the negotiation was the city saying, well, FSU, we really want you to pay for improvements. It's going to be your facility. We want you to pay for improvements at the hospital. And so the requirement is that over an 8.5-year period, they will make $100 million in improvements at the facility. And then there's an obligation to provide another $150 million towards other items that are directly related to the facility. Those might be faculty, those might be lab space, whatever. And then the last of the 3 components of the payment is subject to appropriation and other factors, because FSU, they don't have the money. This is a 30-year look. But we on the negotiating team for the city asked FSU, well, what is your plan? I mean, show us, tell us. Are there numbers here? And so there are. And that's where this number came from. This is what FSU expects to spend over this period of time. And that's, is a very large number, in terms of what the city would get. So that's sort of the, and then the last thing is, so again, as a lawyer, well, what happens if, that's all great, but what happens if FSU just doesn't pay or whatever? What are the remedies? And so we've built in some, a remedy section that deals with that, and that eventually, and it wouldn't be easy, because I don't think it's highly unlikely FSU would ever not comply with this, or certainly not pay. But there are provisions that, if that were to happen, that there's a process we would go through. It's in essence mediation, and then a court proceeding, and at the end, the city could take the hospital back. So that's the mechanism to enforce what's in the agreement. So that's the sum and substance of it. I'm happy to answer any questions. Bruce Weiner from the Ackerman firm is representing FSU. He's here to answer any questions. Murray Moore from the Pennington firm is here for TMH, and happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. Before we get into public comment, are there any questions, clarification for the attorney? Let's get into public comment. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
How many speakers do we have?
Mayor, we're right at 20 speakers.
Okay.
Each speaker will have 3 minutes for remarks. I'll give you a heads up when you're at the 2.5-minute mark, but there's also a light system in front of the mayor that'll start green, and it'll turn yellow at that 30-second mark before turning red. And with that, our first speaker will be Carson Dale, followed by Alma Littles.
Mr. President, welcome to Chambers. Good to have you here. Will you say your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, absolutely. My name is Carson Dale, and 812 St. Michael Street. Well, good afternoon, Mayor Daley, City Commissioners, and neighbors. I'm Carson Dale, FSU Student Body President and a member of the FSU Board of Trustees. On behalf of Florida State University students, I want you to know that we're excited for this next chapter of FSU Health, Tallahassee Memorial Healthcare, and our city. I'm joined today by a number of FSU students who, if you look at all of the FSU Health stickers, you can see our student body is motivated by this opportunity. I've talked to countless leaders, some of whom can't be here today, across campus, who are eager to see this come to fruition. For students, today's action signals a future with more opportunities for students to gain real hands-on experience and serve our community. We already intern and work in clinics, conduct research with our faculty, and volunteer in health and service organizations across Tallahassee. This agreement means we can do even more of that and bring our energy and ideas as FSU Health grows. FSU's student body now totals more than 46,000 people who live and go to school here. This is our home, too. We love Tallahassee, and some of us will choose to stay here after graduation to work, build careers, and maybe even raise a family. We care about access to quality healthcare and being part of a healthy, vibrant community. We support this agreement and are ready to do whatever we can do to help make this partnership successful and to strengthen our community. Thank you to everyone who has worked so hard to make these agreements happen, the city, TMH, and FSU. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Yeah.
Alma Littles, followed by Lisa Haito-Wyman.
Your name and address for the record, please, Dean.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Daley and commissioners and all of you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this afternoon. And we've already recognized that the members of the FSU student body are here, but I'd like to take this opportunity, if I might, to ask all of our students to stand and be recognized, along with all of our other supporters for Florida State.
Wow.
Thank you all. I am Dr. Alma Littles, Dean of the Florida State University College of Medicine. We celebrated the 25th anniversary of the founding of the College of Medicine here in Tallahassee this past year. I have in the past been an active member of this medical community as a practicing physician, residency program director, former president of the Capital Medical Society, and former chair of the board of directors of Tallahassee Memorial Hospital. I'd like to share what the approval of this MOU will mean to the Tallahassee community and the impact that an academic health center partnership will have on our community. I'll focus on 3 areas: patient care, medical education, and research. We are fortunate in Tallahassee to have access to excellent patient care from primary care physicians and a variety of subspecialties. However, working together, we know that we can go much farther in bringing additional services to this area. An academic health center serves as a beacon for some of this county's and this country's best physicians, medical educators, and researchers. This is the 3-legged stool on which outstanding patient care is developed, not only in primary care, but also in subspecialties. Each of you have heard stories about people leaving the Tallahassee area to seek medical care, miles from family and friends, and they do this only if they can afford to. Getting a hotel room, taking time off work, and driving long distances adds the financial and emotional burden to patients who are already suffering from medical conditions. With this academic health center, our patient care will be elevated, not because it's awful now, but because we will be able to attract additional subspecialty physicians, acquire more advanced equipment, and provide access to some of the most advanced medical care available, care that patients currently need to leave this community to acquire. Additionally, academic health centers serve as safety nets for the most vulnerable patients. Working with our colleagues at Tallahassee Memorial Hospital and our community partners, we will build upon the excellent work already being done to further improve the quality of life for individuals in our entire community. It goes without saying that our outstanding medical education program will grow and become even more successful as we recruit additional physicians to train our future physicians, physician assistants, and scientists.
You're right at your 3-minute mark.
Thank you. Through our regional campus model already, and our other partnerships in the state, we already have strong partnerships for education and research. So
Thank you, Dean.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
We support this, the approval of this MOU. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Lisa Hyto-Wyman. Lisa Hyto-Wyman, followed by Ernie Payne.
Your name and address for the record.
Yes, sir. Lisa Hyto-Wyman, 300 South Duval, Tallahassee. Good afternoon, Mayor Daley and commissioners. My name is Dr. Lisa Hyto-Wyman. I serve as a professor and the Associate Dean for Research in the College of Nursing and the founding director on the Institute on Digital Health and Innovation at Florida State. I truly appreciate the opportunity to speak today. At FSU, our faculty are deeply enthusiastic about the growing partnership between the university, the city, and Tallahassee Memorial Healthcare. We recognize just how transformative this collaboration will be, not only for our campus, but for the entire Northwest Florida region. We are at a pivotal moment, one that has the potential to reshape healthcare across the state. My own research centers on developing and rigorously evaluating digital health solutions through close collaboration with clinicians, public health experts, and industry partners to ensure that these tools are both scientifically sound and practically implementable. A defining feature of this work is its grounding in real-world clinical and community settings, where ongoing input from frontline health professionals informs every stage of development, from identifying unmet needs and co-designing interventions to testing feasibility, usability, and scalability. The success of this work, as well as that of many of my colleagues, relies heavily on strong, sustained relationships with local health professionals who serve as trusted partners in research. These connections enable bidirectional learning, allowing research teams to align innovation with clinical workflows, patient preferences, and health system constraints, while also supporting rapid translation of evidence-based digital tools into practice. Through these partnerships, our research is better positioned to reach diverse and underserved patient populations, address health inequities, and produce digital solutions that are not only innovative, but also acceptable, effective, and sustainable in real-world care settings. Many of us in health research and clinical practice entered this field because we wanted to make a real difference in people's lives. This partnership gives us the chance to accelerate that impact and help even more of our friends, neighbors, and families here in Tallahassee. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak today. I look forward to what we will build together and to a healthier, more vibrant future for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Ernie Payne, then Stanley Sims.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Thank you. I'm Ernie Payne, 2006 East Indian Head Drive. The last time President McCullough wanted something from you, he managed to convince a majority of you and a majority of your colleagues on the Blueprint Board, if you gave him $20 million, which had to be borrowed through bond financing, for a project that reduced the capacity of Doak Campbell Stadium, that would somehow be an economic benefit to the community. Now, when you control, at least for now, an extremely valuable asset that he wants you to sell to him at what many consider a rock-bottom price based on an estimate without a full appraisal, effectively holding a 30-year, zero-interest mortgage, and to do it on his timetable so that his balance sheets look better to those he reports to, he assumes you'll roll over for him again. You have been elected to be responsible fiduciaries of the community's assets. A better deal can be had if you take the time to do it right. An academic medical center would be a great value, not only to the Tallahassee community, but to the entire region. But an expedited timeline only benefits President McCullough. He doesn't have to report to the voters, you do. You have the opportunity to not only provide a great benefit to North Florida and South Georgia, but to do so while better leveraging this valuable financial asset. This could be used to apply to affordable housing, food security, infrastructure, or all the other things that you may not be able to provide if the governor and legislature have their way with property taxes. Don't just rubber stamp what the city manager has negotiated. Please instruct staff to go back to the bargaining table and negotiate a more reasonable deal that will be fair to all your constituents. Thank you.
Our next speaker, please.
Stanley Sims is next, and then Joe Kalicki.
Name and address for the record, please.
My name is Stanley Sims. I'm at 1320 Avondale Way. God is a good God, and he is worthy to be praised. When my homegirl came up here from Gaston County, talking about individuals that have to travel from Tallahassee to other places, you were talking about me. Here is my issue. At the end of this month, 14 million people, Mr. President of FSU, look at me, are losing their subsidies, and they're going to lose their health care. And that just come out the wind because of the current administration. So to me, a benefit, and I apologize, you all are beautiful. I'm so glad to see you. This is nothing personal.
Mr. Sims, if you wouldn't mind turning around.
Don't start that. If you start this with me, I will start
Mr.
it with
Sims,
you.
we are broadcasting on television, and when you turn your back on the microphone, they cannot hear you. And please address your comments to myself and to my colleagues, or I will call you out of order.
I'm reclaiming my time. Now, before I was rudely interrupted, this is no hatred, even though I went to FAMU all my life, from nursery school all the way up to the 7 highest hills. We had a hospital there, and it was closed. And the only guarantee that we can be sure that no matter who sits in the White House, who sits in FSU House, is to own our own stuff. Now that's tight, but it's right. When you own your own, he don't have to say, get rid of the black doctors. Because if you look at this current administration, you gotta look real hard to find an African American.
You're at 30 seconds.
I'm gonna give them to y'all. Pray my strength in the Lord.
Our next speaker, please.
Next is Joe Kalicki. It'll be followed by Maureen Halligan.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Joe Clicky, and I live at 2103 Croydon Drive. I wanted to speak today because I spoke at the October 1st Commission meeting, which was the first out in the open discussion between the city and Florida State about the acquisition of TMH. I currently work in public health, and I really want to see our local health outcomes be the best that they can be. At that first meeting, I mentioned several concerns, one of which was ensuring fair compensation for the hospital, and that's what I'd like to focus on today. Do people know the fiscal year 25-26 operating budget for Florida State? I assume that most people in this room probably don't, as I've asked about 10 or 15 people today, and I've heard 250 million, 700 million. Florida State in this fiscal year has a $2.97 billion operating budget. So to put in perspective, a proposed $3 million a year compensation package, essentially, for the hospital, I just don't see how that makes a ton of sense. TMH currently spends about $1.5 million a year on advertising alone, and I'd bet that Florida State spends at least that much, if not much more, for their national ads that we all see on ESPN during Florida State games. So doesn't it sound pretty wild when you get to take control of the largest hospital in North Florida for the same line item you'd essentially have as your ad spend? So $109 million across 30 years is a really, really good bargain for Florida State, regardless of any money that Florida State will put into their new asset to prevent it from depreciating. They're not going to not, upkeep the hospital if they were to pay more in the initial compensation. Precedent around the country shows that this could and should be a much higher price tag, and the city's own appraisal that was internally, ordered even showed an estimated range that included much larger numbers, double and triple what FSU is proposed to pay. Our commission and by extension our city manager, in my opinion, have failed in this negotiation. I'll repeat a critical element from the last time that I spoke that I want to be very clear about. I'm not against FSU Health having a bright and productive future. I greatly respect and trust the efforts of folks like Dr. Alma Littles at FSU's medical school, who I've known since I was little. But I am against our elected officials and our city manager not protecting taxpayer assets.
You have 30 seconds remaining.
Maximizing return that could fund critical local and regional healthcare initiatives for decades. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker, please.
Maureen Halligan. Followed by Danny Alex.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon. Maureen Halligan, 909 Willow Avenue. So I'm speaking on behalf to request that the city reject the sale of the TMH to FSU, not because I don't like FSU. I went there 6.5 years, graduated. My siblings, nieces, nephews, father all graduated there. My father was a professor there. So it's because once this takeover is approved, the citizens of Tallahassee and the city will have very limited say in important decisions. That's because FSU is, and now TMH I want to be under the state of control of the state of Florida and make it subject to state politics and politicians. The people who live in Miami, Coral Gables, Boca Raton, West Palm Beach, they're the ones who have a say in how we run this hospital. And that means the state of Florida will have the major decisions and it won't stay within the community here. You know, I saw a commissioner recently say that we can't say we're fearful of what the governor may do. And I say to that person that the governor and the state have already been taking over control of universities and taking away control and saying of what local people have. So, and y'all want to add TMH to that. So in closing, I'm asking that we keep the Tallahassee Memorial Hospital a community hospital run by the community and the city commissioners and not have the state take over that. I have nothing against FSU. If I thought that the decision-making would stay within FSU, I'd be all for it. But it's not going to stay because FSU is part of the state, City of Tallahassee, and the TMH is not. And it will be once they sell the TMH to FSU. Thank you.
Our next speaker, please.
Danny Alex is next. And the next speaker, I believe I have this right, is Tara Bodden.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Danny Alex, and I live at 4843 Heritage Park Boulevard. Good evening, commissioners and members of the community. My name is Danny Alex. I'm currently a student at Florida State University, majoring in biological sciences and public health, and I currently serve as a Secretary of Health, Wellness, and Safety for our student government. But outside of FSU, I'm proud to call Tallahassee my home. I went to Gilchrist Elementary School, I went to Fairview Middle School, and I went to James S. Rickards High School.
All right.
I was born and raised here, and I was born at Tallahassee Memorial Hospital. TMH has been a part of my life from the very beginning, and I'm grateful for the care it has provided to my family, my friends, and countless members of our community. Tallahassee continues to grow as the capital of Florida, and our healthcare system has the chance to grow with it, strengthening services and ensuring that more people can receive high-quality care close to home. Recent events have reminded us how important that is. For those of you that may be unfamiliar, the recent tragedy of the Social Seminole apartment complex fire affected our entire community. Many students were displaced, and several had to travel to Shands to receive appropriate care. One student who was transferred tragically lost his life, and moments like this highlight the value of having strong, dependable hospital services locally. TMH is already an incredible healthcare facility, and this agreement sets up an opportunity to have the capacity to respond and support patients here in Tallahassee matters, not just in emergencies, but every day. I appreciate the thoughtful conversations happening around this proposal. Our community cares deeply about protecting access to care and honoring our history, including lessons learned from the closure of the FAMU hospital. Those perspectives are important, and they reinforce the need for transparency and careful planning as this process moves forward. What encourages me is that the Memorandum of Understanding reflects a commitment to preserving TMH as a community hospital while opening the door to long-term investment and new opportunities for healthcare delivery. This is about building on a strong foundation and positioning Tallahassee for the future. As a Florida State University student and someone who hopes to pursue a career in medicine, this partnership is especially meaningful. This agreement creates opportunities for students to learn and train locally, for physicians to practice and teach here, and for Tallahassee to attract medical talent that strengthens care for everyone. By moving forward, we create the space to continue shaping a healthcare system that reflects the values, needs, and promise of this community. I hope to continue to see the partnership between TMH and FSU Health grow as we all work toward a shared commitment towards Tallahassee's future. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Tara Bodden, who will correct me if I pronounced the name incorrectly, and then Otis Young.
Your name and address for the record.
Hi, it's Tara Botter. My zip code is 32313. Tallahasseans are witnessing the consequences of having a city that relies on a university rather than its own infrastructure and community to build its economic base. This sale worsened the existing encroachment by FSU onto Tallahassee communities. Residents in Frenchtown and Railroad Square already have to worry about gentrification and rising rents caused by student housing expansion rather than affordable housing targeted at all community members. In Gainesville, we see the consequences of a city dependent on a university to provide basic services to the community. Its UF-dependent transportation system left Gainesville residents stranded after budget cuts of 22% for the RTS bus system were reallocated to money to the Campus Connector service for just students and staff. Selling the assets of the hospital to FSU has its advantages in terms of outcomes for patient care, but we also have to be careful about allowing FSU control over medical care during a period of increasing attacks on healthcare for LGBTQ+ people. The circumstances around the sale are also incredibly murky. FAMU has very little representation on the board and no written inclusion in the contract, not to mention the allegations of Richard McCullough literally bribing Commissioner Porter, which he didn't even fully deny. He said she misinterpreted his words when his words were not misinterpretable, to get her on board with the sale. I also want to bring attention to another issue because this commission has consistently ignored community input from community members. I know a lot of you are FSU students, but like this city isn't just us. It's also like all of the people that are not university students here. And it's that we have refused to reverse the backdoor signing of the 287G agreement with ICE and ignored all community input on the matter at a time where ICE's violence and brutality is at an all-time high. Allowing our police officers to be trained by ICE and perform immigration
that's not
enforcement
the agenda item that we're on. If you could stay to the hospital item, that'd be great.
Yes, but these issues are all intertwined.
We are on the hospital item.
Okay, thank you. But I don't think we should be collaborating with murderers, so I really want to stress that. I think it's very immoral and wrong. Thank you.
Our next speaker, please.
Next is Otis Young. And Mayor, we've heard from about 10 speakers, but I've had at least that many added, so we're still at about 20.
Sure. Your name and address for the record, please.
Yeah, name is Otis Young, address is 8930 Wingfoot Drive. All right, I stand before you as a local pastor of Kingdom Life Tabernacle here in Tallahassee, Florida, a local CEO of a private school here in Tallahassee, Florida, Kingdom Life Preparatory Academy. That service over 385 students, 98.9% free and reduced lunch. I support this endeavor for a merger, partnership, and collaboration initiative between Florida State University and the City of Tallahassee. I would encourage you, Mayor, and those in decision-making authority, other commissioners, to definitely sign off on this because it is a step in the right direction. It is a turn in the right direction. I see wholeheartedly every day the access issues that we deal with here in Tallahassee. I just dealt with a family of 8. Grandmother raising her grandchild, had to deal with something unexpectedly at the last minute, having to take one grandchild all the way to Gainesville. Grandchild had safe transportation, but we as a ministry and as a school had to help her get gas funds, found out how we're going to take care of housing, and she is the big mama of the support for the village, separating the village and the support mechanism and support system that was in place. Accessibility is key in this thing. Also, I see the aspect of equity, the equal access for better health care, not just for a select group of citizens, but for everyone in Tallahassee and within our region. So today I stand with my pastor friends and those in the ministry asking you to support better access and better equity in this possible initiative moving forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Jesus Arosa-Mena, and then Melanie Andrade.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Jesus Rosamena. I live at 2273 Shady Timber Circle. So, as I previously mentioned, my name is Jesus Rosamena. I'm a third-year student at Florida State University studying behavioral neuroscience and public health. With that being said, I also serve as the president of the local chapter of Phi Delta Epsilon, the International Medical Fraternity and Honor Society, as well as a research assistant in the Aspire Lab, studying the transition from suicidal ideation into behavior, and a former scribe at Tallahassee Memorial, as well as a current patient care assistant. With that being said, I want to highlight how the success of this collaboration would really impact and benefit the undergraduate student population. I personally struggled very much in finding the clinical opportunities I have now. It took me over 40 applications across multiple different platforms, and I cannot stress just how important it is for these students to get this hands-on experience working with these patients. If you want to build these future physicians and nurses and physician's assistants, you need them to get this experience to not just reflect and understand the importance behind what they're doing, but to drive them forward. And I think this is the perfect opportunity to do so. I've personally witnessed the genuine importance between a patient and their interaction with a physician. It is something that is not talked about enough, and it legitimately has such a large impact on them. It is something that I think will be especially proven to any students who involve themselves with this once those opportunities are presented to them. So to just summarize it, I think this is the perfect opportunity for the FSU student body, for the undergraduate population, and I think it would really benefit them as well as my peers. And thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Melanie Andrade, followed by Rudy Ferguson.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Melanie Andrade. I live on Argonaut Drive, 32312. And I just want to say I'm a working mom of 3, and I'm a community advocate. I delivered all 3 of my babies at TMH. It was good care. I'm a Black woman, as you all know, in the United States and in Florida, we're 2 to 3 times more likely to die due to pregnancy and childbirth-related complications. So, I thought that the care that I received was adequate. I also want to say I've been here for 15 years. I moved to Tallahassee to attend FAMU, and I stayed in the community. I'm a working mom. I work in public policy, so, this issue, and not just the issue, but the actual process by which we're taking this vote is something that I understand. I've worked for the City of Tallahassee for 5 years as well, so I'm not a stranger to the commission and the way that we do business and do government. It's lovely to see, all of the representation here and the med students, et cetera. But I think that the issue really isn't whether or not we support FSU. It's whether we support this deal as it stands today and what you all are actually voting on today. I think it kind of goes without saying that many of us who live here who may not attend FSU or do business with FSU do support FSU. We support FAMU, we support TSC. But that's really not what we're here for today. It's not FSU versus the community today. FSU is a part of our community for sure. I think that, we elected you to serve as representatives of us as residents. I don't have a vote on this, and I hope that the people who represent me will vote with me in mind and with the other moms like me in mind who couldn't come today because, it's 3 and 4 and 5 p.m. on a work day and they have to worry about their kids. I want to say thank you to the commissioner who did host a town hall this week. But per the Tallahassee Democrat, less than a dozen people came out. So I don't think that was adequate in bringing out the community, engaging the community around this issue. I would like to ask that you all slow down. I mean, what really is the rush? I'm a part of Tallahassee Alert, the African American local election review team, and we've been doing our due diligence to get the community involved on this issue, to bring them out to these meetings, to speak to the media, and to speak to their neighbors, their friends, their colleagues on this issue. Thank you. So we're asking for either a substitute motion to pause execution and return in 6 months following a structured community engagement process, or a substitute motion to direct staff to explore academic partnerships that do not require the transfer of city assets to FSU. Thank you.
Our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Rudy Ferguson, followed by Lamar Simmons.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, my name is Rudy Ferguson. I am the pastor of New Birth Tabernacle of Praise at 1200 Harlem Street. Today, I stand flanked with our pastors from the Frontline Pastors Action Council, a coalition of leaders for a better health care in Tallahassee. As pastors, we are serving in our community. We're on the front lines of our community. Every day, we walk with families with illness, recovery, and also loss. What we are witnessing is one thing. Access to health care is not theoretical. It is always something that shapes our day-to-day lives. In our communities, in particular 32304, healthcare determines whether conditions are treated early or allowed to become emergencies. Too many residents face limited access to specialized care, transportation barriers, and delays that turn manageable illnesses into crisis. These outcomes are not personal failures. It reflects the gaps in the system. As a pastor, I always will quote a scripture that says, "Beloved, above all things I pray, and above all things I pray to prosper and be in health." Health is the key element of our conversation. Health in wholeness is not separate from faith. As a matter of fact, it is the central of it. That is why we support this partnership between Tallahassee Memorial Hospital and along with Florida State and a thoughtful support. Because as I came in today, I saw all of our students, and certainly we applaud them. We hope and pray that they stay here when this MOU is signed, because certainly this is powerful. I believe that TMH brings experience, infrastructure, as well as regional reach. Also, Florida State contributes research capacity, medical education, and workforce development, and including Florida A&M University, where they would strengthen the trust, cultural understanding, and historic, and serving our communities where we have been underserved. Together, I believe that this coordinated effort in healthcare of our region will be great. So I would say in closing, as I have always said, and my father, who is sick, I think this is a personal moment. We have to transport him to Gainesville every other week. My mother, who passed away 30 years ago, we had to transport her back and forth to Gainesville. My sister, who passed away at the age of 7, we had to transport her back and forth to Gainesville. This is an awesome opportunity because we as pastors see this on the day-to-day. We have eulogized people unnecessarily, but nevertheless, we believe that you all have the wisdom and the leadership to make this sound decision. We believe that we have the educational institutions to bring that to bear. We believe that this is a great moment. I know that I'm getting older, and at some point, I don't know what my body will say, what my body will do. I do know that I don't want to transfer it all the way to Gainesville just to get the specialized care that we can get right here in the capital city. With that, I say, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, thank you for your leadership.
Our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Lamar Simmons. Lamar Simmons is our next speaker, and then he had to leave, so we will move on to Jonathan Meyer. Jonathan Meyer, followed by Norma Meyer.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Jonathan Meyer, 323122813. Do any of you all read the news? I ask because McCullough is promising $1.7 billion in investment over the next 30 years, plus a $3.6 million interest-free mortgage payment. So where is he going to get the money? He needs about as much each year as he just got from an eccentric billionaire optometrist for naming rights to the business school. He said at the last meeting on this issue that he needs the asset to secure NSF grants. What NSF grants? The Trump administration thinks that these are a waste of money, and if you hadn't noticed, Trump likes to determine where money goes based on whether the people there voted for him. Leon County did not vote for Donald Trump. FSU also had to convince DOJ last year to restore HIV and AIDS research funding because Elon and his buddies thought it was a DEI program, and they still lost tens of millions of dollars in other grants to those cuts. How about NIH grants? RFK Jr. had said that we all just need to eat better to avoid cancer. Then last week he released a food pyramid with steak and butter at the top. I wouldn't count on NIH grants either. How about state money? The legislature did just pledge $708 million over 30 years to build a new Moffett satellite in Pasco County, just north of Tampa. Why? Because Pasco is full of old rich Republicans who get cancer and has more than double the population of Leon County. We don't have the population density here to get any state support for what McCullough is pitching. When Shands was established as a teaching hospital by the legislature in 1958, Senate President William Shands of Gainesville and the other members of the infamous Pork Chop Gang wanted it in North Florida, and those rural North Florida Democrats undemocratically ran the state and got what they wanted, including a statewide sales tax. Not a proud history. H. Lee Moffitt was and still is a Democrat from Tampa. He had to use good old-fashioned persuasion to get the newly, fairly, and democratically elected Democrat-controlled House and Senate to fund a cancer hospital at USF Medical School using cigarette tax money. He came up with the idea in 1978. He got it passed in 1981. He broke ground in 1983 and started accepting patients in 1986. From concept to completion, Moffitt took 8 years. What is the rush here? DeSantis won't even shake hands with the House Speaker. I've lost track of who wants to abolish the state sales tax and who wants to abolish all property taxes, but even if you could get the legislature to commit money, DeSantis could simply line item veto the appropriation from the budget. And you'd know, if you'd been reading the news, that he, like the president, has a habit of punishing cities for their politics. Obviously, funding anything with a new tax ain't gonna happen. The Pork Chop Gang is gone, replaced by rich South Florida Republicans who aren't interested in investing in North Florida. They live in or near big cities with teaching hospitals already. And 2 hours isn't that far to travel to see a specialist. Diane, even if your assistant lived right next door to Shands, she still would have had to drive 2 hours to get to Moffett.
You have 30 seconds.
There's no way McCullough can guarantee any of his promises. Many of the programs he's pitched are non-starters for the next 3 years, at least because they're what Trump calls DEI, and just having them, even if they're privately funded, might get us blacklisted for other money. Just ask Planned Parenthood. If you're planning to blindly have faith and trust in him to somehow follow through or protect our asset, I think the former president of New College would like a word. Once you give the asset up, you lose all leverage, no matter how many community members you put on the board.
Our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Norma Meyer. Then the next speaker will be V. Garcia.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Norma Meyer, 908 Waverly Road. I am delighted to hear that we're planning so much collaboration. I've worked in the medical field for a number of years, and that's important. However, if you don't have leverage, the collaboration doesn't do any good. And you're about to give up the leverage that us taxpayers in Tallahassee have. If you sell the hospital, then we have no leverage. Please don't do it.
Our next speaker, please.
Next is V. Garcia, then Jack Rowan. Garcia, making sure it's not someone who's out in the mezzanine, Mayor. In just a minute. Not seeing anyone. Jack Rowan, followed by Juniper Curtis.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Jack Rowan, 521 East 7th Avenue, just in the shadow of TMH, actually. I'm come here today. I'm a third-year law student at FSU, and the reason that I support this deal is very simple, and it's the opportunities for graduate students. I spent the last 2 years working arm in arm with the over 10,000 graduate students we have here at FSU and talking to them about what they need and what is the thing that will make them succeed, that will help get more graduate students to FSU. It always seems to come back to research. That always seems to be it. And the university has taken a lot of great steps towards that. But the great thing about research is it never ends. It keeps going. It keeps wanting to push the frontiers of human knowledge, push the things that we think are impossible to become possible. I think this is going to be a great next step to try to push what's possible in medicine and to give graduate students at Florida State University a great chance to stay in Tallahassee and to do the work that they want to do to try to improve the health of their community, of this state, and of this country. I'd ask you to support the deal. Thank you.
Our next speaker, please.
Juniper Curtis, and then Michael Fagans.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Juniper Curtis, Frenchtown. I'm here with the Tallahassee Community Action Committee and the Tally Coalition Against Trump to stand firmly against this deal. This is an issue of accountability, where we stand here after this city has sold the golf course, has worked with ICE, has again and again ignored every single person in this room when they ask you to do something. This deal was planned with shady backroom deals, orchestrated by a city manager who was bought out by city developers, and will give control of the hospital to a university that does not care about locals in any way. FSU is a racist institution. They've let Black, brown, and LGBTQ students be harassed and attacked on countless occasions, and I, like many others here, do not trust them to provide unbiased medical care. By selling the hospital, not only are we giving control to FSU, we're also giving control directly to DeSantis, the same man who has attempted to outlaw life-saving gender-affirming care, and the same person who's directing ICE all around the city to round up my neighbors, round up their families, and the same agency who is murdering people across this country as we speak. And I need to push back on the idea that these points aren't connected. Because what happens when an immigrant tries to get care? What happens when they go to the hospital and our governor sends ICE there? Who is going to protect them? We already know FSU works with ICE. They plan to sign the 287G agreement. So who's to say that they're going to let anyone get care at the hospital? What happens when an undocumented immigrant, when someone who is documented, when anybody goes there and tries to get care and ICE shows up? Are one of you going to protect them? I doubt it. And certainly FSU is not, okay? So you try and act like, oh, each of these little deals, this deal's this deal's that. But no, they're all the same deal. You're making the same point over and over again, and that is that you do not care about the people of this city. You, John Daly, you, Curtis Richardson, and you, Diane Williams-Cox, truly do not care about the people in this room. You only care about money, you care about developers, you do not care about the people who build the very room we're standing in. You don't care about Black and brown people, you don't care about immigrants, you don't care about the LGBTQ plus people in this room. So shame on you, shame on all three of you for this disgusting sale. Shame on you for forcing this through. Shame on you for holding these meetings at a time where people cannot even attend. It's 4:30, I had to take off work to be here. I know for a fact that you want this vote to happen before this room can fill up. You fill these seats with supporters to make it look like people here actually want this sale to happen, but they do not. They didn't want the golf course sale to happen. They don't want you to work with ICE, and they do not want you to sell the hospital, okay? So shame on all three of you.
Our next speaker.
Next speaker, Michael Fagans. And then the next speaker after that will be PJ Perez.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Michael Fagans, 3077 Merchants Row Boulevard. Again, good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Michael Fagans. I'm a minister in this community, and I serve at Bethel Missionary Baptist Church under Reverend Dr. R.B. Holmes, Jr. Over the years, I've had the privilege of visiting hospitals and nursing homes, not as a policymaker, but as a minister and as a servant to people who are facing various health challenges in our congregation and have, to be frank with you, some of the most difficult moments of their lives in these hospitals and nursing homes. I stand beside hospital beds, hold the hands of those whose health is failing, visit members in nursing homes, listen to families who are wrestling with understanding certain diagnoses, delays, or limitations in care. And what I conclude based on my observation personally is that our healthcare system is filled with dedicated, hardworking professionals who I'm sure can at times be stretched thin, find themselves working within systems that may need more support, more resources, and more innovation. And as we all can say, I think patients deserve timely care, families deserve clear communication, our seniors deserve dignity, and our community deserves a healthcare system that is strong enough to meet both today's needs and tomorrow's challenges. That's why I think this conversation, Mayor Daley, about the proposed FSU-TMH merger matters. This isn't just about an institution. It's about the people in our community and caring for them. It's about expanding access, strengthening medical education, attracting top talent, and ensuring that quality care reaches every patient, regardless of their background or circumstance. From hospital rooms to nursing homes, what I observe is that we must aim higher and work towards a greater healthcare system. Therefore, I do support this merger. Thoughtful collaboration and forward-thinking partnerships are one way, I would say, we can move forward toward a healthier, stronger community. So thank you for listening, and may God bless you.
The next speaker, please.
Next speaker is P.J. Perez, and followed by Shamario Roberson.
Your name and address for the record, please.
My name is PJ Perez, 32301. What's good, everybody? I've lived in Tallahassee for 22 years. I'm a father of two. I'm a husband. I've been a public educator for about 15 years. I'm also running for City Commission Seat 3. I'm also deeply concerned about today's proposal to transfer yet another priceless community asset. From all the evidence so far gathered and all the unknowns yet to be addressed, I believe it's my responsibility to urge the commission to vote no today. Working with hundreds of families and have spoken with thousands of people in my tenure here in Tallahassee, something we can all agree on is that we want a commission to be problem solvers. Do we truly address the shortcomings in our local healthcare system by shifting even more authority away from our community? Do we really believe that today's anti-fluoride, anti-vaccine, and anti-science state political leadership should be given more power over the lives of the people of this community? There was no formal appraisal of the value of TMH. In fact, the valuation document used by city officials says throughout, this is not an appraisal. That's simply not good enough to justify such a massive generational shifting of assets and authority from our community, where it's been held for 75 years now, to the state, whose reputation in our community has never been lower. At the end of 2026, if this asset transfer to the state is approved today, the people of Tallahassee would no longer own 178 acres of prime urban core land and a municipal hospital our community came together to create after World War II. And for all that, we get $4 million in return. A public office is a public trust. The citizens elected to these offices swear to uphold our best interests. As much as I'm hopeful for opportunities for collaboration between FSU College of Medicine and our community, I fear this asset transfer spells the end of our city's leverage or any meaningful input when it comes to our largest healthcare institution. We know that in Tampa, award-winning collaboration occurs every single day between a major state university in USF and a community hospital in Tampa General. They both empower the medical students and provide life-changing opportunities for research while protecting the public land from the political winds of state authority. I hope we can still have the courage to get this right by rejecting what many cynically see as a done deal. Push forward despite substantial public opposition, something this community has witnessed far too often in this here chamber.
You're at 30 seconds.
Anything accomplished by brute force and shrouded in secrecy is unlikely to yield benefits to the public. For these reasons, and in the absence of a clear affirmative case explaining why academic medicine requires the unprecedented transfer of hundreds of millions of dollars in locally funded assets to the state, I urge you to vote no. Thank you, and I hope to work productively with all involved towards real pragmatic solutions to our pressing problems, not more giveaways from our community to the most powerful. Y'all be good.
The next speaker, please.
Is Shamario Robinson, and will be followed by Serenity Williams.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Shamario Robertson, address 3034 Four Oaks Boulevard. I previously served as the Deputy Secretary for Health for the state of Florida with oversight of public health infrastructure for more than 22 million residents of Florida and over 100 million visitors. With this merger, I fully support it and urge you to support it because I started in public health because my grandfather had a stroke in Madison County where I was born and raised, and it took over an hour for him to receive care, and he ultimately died. That is still the case in 2026, and that was over 30 years ago. You still have to travel more than an hour in some places in Madison County to get care. Chronic diseases are the leading cause of disability and death in the state of Florida in Leon County. As many in this region have 3 to 4 chronic diseases in their adult ages compared to some urban areas where they have better results. What I'm telling you is the time is now. Rural health transformation dollars are in the state, set to go out in April or May. With that, they are looking at access to care. With the academic medical center, you can bring access to care to people that really need it. So based on my subject matter expertise, I am urging you to look at the number, look at the facts, and look at the proven track record of academic medical centers in this state. And you'll see that the evidence is clear, the outcomes are better, and this merger will do the same thing for this region.
Our next speaker, please.
Serenity Williams. Serenity Williams, followed by Liz Marbury.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Serenity Williams. I usually have something better prepared for this, but after hearing some of the comments today, I feel urged to say this. First of all, I want to say that I'm also a member of Tallahassee Alert, like my colleague Melanie came up here earlier. And I too want to echo her sentiments of caring about the partnerships that we can have with all of our universities here in Tallahassee. This is not a FSU versus the community, but the community has real concerns over this process. And I urge you all to either create a substitute motion that can pause the execution of this MOU today and come back with more community engagement. The folks do want community engagement. The folks who are not able to be here today, whether they have kids or elsewhere, it's 4 o'clock in the afternoon. People are still working on this to not be able to speak on this item. There's more town halls that need to be had. Or you can create a substitute motion to direct staff to explore academic partnerships that do not require a transfer of assets, because that does exist. And a couple of comments that were made that I feel is a little bit of misinformation and a little bit of giving people false hope about what this partnership or this transfer will actually do. I will be as gray as Jim Cook before this place will be able to be as good. I love you though, you look good. Well, I will be as gray as him before people will not be able to drive to Jacksonville or Gainesville or elsewhere to receive the type of care that they are coming here and asking for. I hear a lot of the pastors talking about the equity of it all. The governor just yesterday said that they are filing and pushing more anti-DEI bills. If the Florida state owns this hospital and the land and what they do, they will have to stop mentioning those things in their operations. And it is impossible for us to have anything to do about it because we do not own the land anymore. I want to emphasize that the people have been asking, urging, begging for more community engagement and have not yet received it.
You're at 30 seconds.
Thank you. I hope that all of these pastors that are in here can open their church doors and be able to be a place where Commissioner Williams-Cox, Commissioner Richardson, John Daly, McCulloch, and all these other FSU Health people can come and engage with the community on what this will actually mean and what this can actually look like. It is unfair and undemocratic for you not to do so. Thank you.
Next speaker is Liz, excuse me, Liz Marbury, and then Craig Simmons.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Liz Marbury, 2350 Phillips Road, 32308. Hello, my name is Liz Marbury. I am the Executive Administrator for Bethel Missionary Baptist Church. I am honored to read the statement that Reverend Holmes has prepared on your behalf. Mayor, Commissioners, thank you for granting me this moment. I do not take it lightly, because moments like this do not come often, and when they do, they carry the weight of generations. I stand before you today not only as the pastor of Bethel Missionary Baptist Church, but as a servant of this city, a witness to its struggles, and a believer in its promise. I have come having walked our neighborhoods, prayed with our families, buried our dead, celebrated our victories, and stood beside hospital beds where hope was fragile and faith was strong. This conversation about healthcare is not abstract to me. It is deeply personal, it is pastoral, it is practical, and it is urgent. At Bethel, we made decisions years ago that faith must show up in tangible ways. That conviction gave birth to our medical mobile unit, our health education workshops, and our ongoing commitment to meeting people where they are: seniors, working families, students, and those who have historically been pushed to the margins of care. Through persistence, partnership, and advocacy, an urgent center now stands across from Bethel Church. That did not happen by accident. It happened because of vision met collaboration and faith met action. Today, residents of Bethel Towers receive care closer to home. Florida State University students receive accessible services. The broader community benefits. This is what happens when institutions stop working in silos and start working in unity. And that is why this moment, this proposed TMH-FSU merger matters. An academic teaching hospital is not merely a chance in structure, it is a statement of values. It says Tallahassee believes in excellence and equity. It says we understand that access to care, workforce development, research, and prevention must go hand in hand. It says that neighborhood health clinics like Bond on the south side of Tallahassee not just deserve survival, but strength. This merger holds potential to train doctors, nurses, and healthcare professionals who are not only clinically excellent, but culturally competent. Professionals who understand that the committee they serve, professionals who stay, professionals who seek healthcare not only as a transition, but a calling. Let me be clear. I urge you to move forward with wisdom, moral clarity, and resolve, because when healthcare systems are strengthened, neighborhoods are stabilized. When neighborhoods are stabilized, families thrive, and when families thrive, the city is healed. Thank you for your service, your leadership, and allowing me to speak in this defining moment.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Craig Simmons. Craig Simmons, and then Corey Pendleton.
Your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Craig Simmons, 32301. Good evening to all the distinguished stakeholders, community leaders, healthcare partners, and everyone involved in the ongoing discussion surrounding the TMH-FSU Hospital Healthcare Collaboration. Thank you for your commitment to shaping the future of healthcare in our city. Again, my name is Craig Simmons. I'm the principal of Bethel Christian Boys Academy. I'm a lifelong resident of Tallahassee. And I want to thank Reverend Holmes for encouraging me to come here to speak on this subject that is not only pressing but deeply personal: mental health in the African-American community. I want to connect that to the merger of TMH and FSU. As a principal, I see realities of mental health challenges every day. I see them in my students, in their parents, in my staff, in my family, and yes, even in myself. These are challenging times for many Americans, and right here in Tallahassee, countless individuals are struggling to maintain good health, mental health services. Change, when done with intention and integrity, can be a powerful force for good. In 1969, the year I was born at the illustrious Florida A&M University, Tallahassee Memorial Hospital was undergoing its own transformation. After the Civil Rights Act, TMH began admitting African-American patients and absorbing those who once relied on FAMU Hospital. That change opened doors to care that had been closed. So yes, some change is good. Today, I want to speak briefly about the importance of mental health services in all communities, but especially in the African-American community. And I want to ground this conversation in data that from respected agencies such as the Children's Services Council of Leon County, the Kaiser Foundation, Family Foundation, the National Alliance on Mental Health, the National Institute of Health, and the Office of Minority Health. Here are the 5 key insights that stood out to me. Prevalence. Nationally, Black adults are about 30% more likely to report having a mental health illness compared to non-Hispanic whites. Treatment gap. Despite the tremendous need, only 1 in 3 Black adults receive mental health treatment. Youth concerns. Black youth are twice as likely to die by suicide as white youth, and between 2015 and 2028, major depressive episodes increased significantly among Black youth and young adults. Local observations. In Leon County, mental health is consistently identified as an area of need. Reports show higher rates of youth suicide and domestic violence.
30 seconds remaining.
Compared to the state average. In neighborhoods like Frenchtown and South City, studies reveal high levels of stress and anxiety. How do we do that? How do we get this care that we need? We do it by focusing on people we are tasked to serve. We do it by ensuring that FAMU and Tallahassee State College are at the table because the institutions bring resources, knowledge, cultural insight, and decades of experience addressing the very issues we're discussing. Why do
You're
it?
at 3 minutes.
By strengthening community engagement.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Corey Pendleton is next, and then Christopher Sharp. Corey Pendleton, oh, there we go. And then Christopher Sharp will follow.
Your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Corey Pendleton. I live at 2104 Falk Drive. Mayors, Commissioners, thank you for this opportunity. I'm a minister at Bethel Missionary Baptist Church, and I also serve as the Director of Special Projects and Institutional Development for Vision 2030. Vision 2030 is a measurable community transformation program, and health is one of its pillars. As an academic hospital, if it's done right, it raises the standard of care. It brings teaching, research, and advanced specialty care into one coordinated system. This means better care for complex cases, stronger provision for the whole region. It also means more clinical trials and new treatment options here and fewer families having to leave town for advanced care. For marginalized communities, access is not a talking point. Access is whether you can be seen before your condition becomes an emergency. It is whether the specialist is here or 2 hours away. It is whether a working parent can keep up with an appointment without losing wages. That is why I support moving forward with today's vote, because an academic model can deliver 3 concrete things: more specialty care locally, a stronger workforce pipeline that helps recruit and keep clinicians here, and accountability for equity, tracking outcomes by neighborhood and investing where the gaps are the largest. And one benefit cannot be ignored: mental health. Trauma, grief, depression, stress are affecting families all across this city. And the burden is often heaviest where resources have been thinner. A university-affiliated academic health center increases our capacity to address mental health with seriousness and culturally informed care. So I'm urging yes today, because the cost of standing still is paid in preventable suffering. And as we move forward, the public deserves transparency and clear community commitments, so that the North Side and the South Side can see the difference and not just hear about it. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Christopher Sharp, followed by
Your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, hi, my name is Christopher Sharp. My address is 700 West Virginia Street, and I am a member of Tallahassee SDS. I am not a resident of Tallahassee, but I have seen in my time here how much of an outsized role that FSU plays in Tallahassee politics and the undersized role it plays in helping the community. I have seen a lot of how McCullough does things, how he often will try to move things along quietly and hope no one notices what he's doing. And that does not give me faith that this will help the community. This will be for $109 million over 30 years. Now, where's that money going to come from? Well, it's going to come from the people who are going to the hospital, who are looking for life-saving care, who are going to have to dig into their savings, who cannot afford that kind of care. And where is it going to go? Is it going to go back to help the community, those $109 million, or are they going to go back to another $20 million to renovate FSU Stadium, to go to a college that is denying the acceptance, that is not accepting citizens of Tallahassee? Is it going to go to the police department that is going to terrorize the Black and brown residents in Tallahassee, that's going to have another 20 police officers at any protest that the community does? Is it going to go towards ICE that will make the immigrant community members and even non-immigrant community members scared and make them worry that they're going to have to keep their papers and keep their kids home from school, and whether or not they even stay in the town? That is why I oppose this. That's why I oppose this deal, because this does not look good for the community. This does not feel good for the community. And despite not being a Tallahassee resident, these few years interacting with the community has helped me see this and has helped me, feel for the community like it was my own. So, yes.
Next speaker is Kipling, and then Anna Maria.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Kipling Reynolds, zip code 32304. I'm grateful to be able to speak today. Most of the people who will be affected by this merger are not able to be here. They are the workers who run this city. As people have said, it's the middle of the day. There are disabled people who have been talked about a lot today, who can't come and speak for themselves because they have too many needs to come on a random Wednesday. As elected public officials, it's your job to listen to everybody, not just the people who can make it. And it's important to maintain the faith of the community to actually listen to these people. But unfortunately, I don't believe that some of you will listen. Commissioners Williams-Cox and Richardson have a track record of ignoring overwhelming public sentiment. I call you out specifically because, as far as I know, you're seeking re-election. And I believe your record on issues like this will have an extraordinary impact on your ability to be elected to these positions or any others in this local government. I want to make it clear that, like many of the people in this room, I stand firmly against this resolution and against the MOU as it stands. I feel for all the people, all of my fellow community members who have come forward in support of the resolution. I think having a university hospital does bring it certain benefits. It would be amazing to not have to drive to Jacksonville to get the care, or Gainesville to get the care that we need. But unfortunately, this deal, this resolution, and this MOU do not keep the needs of this community in mind. As others have said, we are giving up all our leverage to FSU, which is controlled by the Board of Governors, which is controlled by the governor. And as Democratic politicians, all of you on this board should be afraid, very afraid, of what would happen under control of a Republican governor, either DeSantis or whoever comes after him, if we are not able to flip the state. So I don't really understand why we are rushing so quickly to be able to give up all of our control, all of our power to people who we know only care about money, and they don't believe, as people have said, they don't believe in science, they don't believe in equitable care. I do believe that the equity of having specialized care in Tallahassee is not something to decline lightly, but there are ways to work with FSU to have that high level of university teaching hospital level care
You're at 30 seconds.
without just giving the belongings of this city away. When you want someone to help you, you don't just give them your whole house and say, hey, I hope you don't burn this down because I still need to live here. You say, hey, let's sign an agreement that says if you mess this up, we get it back, or you have to continue to pay me. There's so many ways to do this, and this is not it. So I stand against the MOU, and I stand against this resolution. Thank you.
Our next speaker, please.
Anna Maria, and then Charlene Stuckey.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Anna Marie, and my address is exempt. And I just want to start off by thanking all the medical students who came in today to participate in our government, and I really appreciate you being here. At some point in your career, you're going to have to make decisions on your patients, and one of the ways that you're going to have to do that is you're going to have to make sure that you have all the data, right? You're not going to run a cardiac arrest and not check the patient first, right? You want to make sure that they don't have a pulse. You're not going to treat them for a heart attack, but not do an EKG first. The same is going to be said here. You don't want to go through with a deal without having all the information first. You want to make sure that you have all the data that you need. Also, we want to make sure that the patients have informed consent. Right now, our community doesn't have informed consent. There are people in this room right now with questions that need answers, and none of you have given the opportunity to answer those questions. You're pushing through this very quickly. When taking care of patients, you have to slow down. You have to look at the entire scene, the entire assessment, and just because someone is rushing you doesn't mean that your patient care needs to be rushed also. The same can be said for this deal. We don't want to rush a deal without having all the information, without checking our EKGs, without checking our 12 leads, without checking our blood sugar, make sure that the patient doesn't have low blood sugar. We want to make sure that we've done all of that before treating this patient. You want to make sure that you have checked every single box before going through with this deal. There's no reason to rush. This isn't an emergency situation. Even if it was an emergency situation, slow down. Make sure that your patient is presenting the way that you think that they're presenting. Listen to your patient. If the patient's saying that they feel uncomfortable, they're short of breath, listen to your patient. Make sure that it's not a heart attack instead of anxiety. Right now, all of these constituents, they are your patients right now. You're not listening to them. You're not listening to their concerns, their questions, and you're not giving them informed consent. You're not telling them what you're doing before you do it. You're just pushing through. They're asking to be involved in this process. They're asking for town halls, for you to hold town halls so that they can come out and they can speak to you and they can have their questions fully fleshed out. Give us informed consent, slow down, make sure that you're treating the patient for the correct issues that the patient is having. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Charlene Stuckey. Followed by Claudette Harrell.
Your name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Charlene Stuckey. I live at 8508 Southminster Court. And I appreciate this opportunity to speak and share my thoughts with you on this issue. It would be a marvelous thing to have an institution like they have at Gainesville. That would be wonderful for Tallahassee. But TMH is already a jewel in the crown of this city. I trust them. I think they're a wonderful hospital. And their doctors, physician partners, I trust them. I feel comfortable with them. FSU, being a state-run facility, institution, would be dictating to our medical care, to our hospital. I'm very uncomfortable with a state government or any government dictating my medical care. And that if they have control of the hospital, that would extend to the TMH partners. My doctors might be influenced to make decisions based on what the state deems it should be. I'm very uncomfortable with this. You know, a hospital is a medical institution, and yeah, I agree with people. There are other ways of doing this to give students an opportunity to, you know, to get experience and stuff. But this is making me very uncomfortable. So that's all I have to say about this. I hope you will either vote no or find other ways to do this to ensure our safety and the sanctity of our medical care is between a doctor and a patient, not a doctor and a university and a state government and the patient. So thank you very much.
The next speaker, please.
Claudette Harrell, followed by Bruce Struble.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Claudette Harrell. I am a member of Bethel Missionary Baptist Church. To Mayor Daley, Mayor Pro Tem Richardson, all of the commissioners, officials, Dr. R.B. Holmes Jr., who's my pastor, and all participants. I am Claudette Harrell from Bethel Missionary Baptist Church, supporting this merger between FSU and TMH. Bethel Missionary Baptist Church has existed in this community for over 157 years as a faith-based ministry, multifaceted, encompassing a wide range of social, spiritual, and community development initiatives with a vision of transforming the lives of people for the glory of God and for the good of this community. When we acquired Bethel's mobile medical unit during COVID-19, the purpose was, and still is, to afford access to health care for displaced or isolated individuals, disenfranchised areas, versatility in the setting of damaged or inadequate health care infrastructure, and filling gaps in the health care safety net. We developed a comprehensive strategic model, inclusive of all who desired to participate, scheduled meetings open to the public in areas served, established a strong collaboration with local nonprofits, churches, various organizations, including TMH Urgent Care, for screenings and educational workshops, and remain focused on serving all people. We launched in all surrounding communities in the Big Bend area, sometimes on many occurrences. While the data showed we were successful in our efforts, however, we learned healthcare education workshops were pivotal in individuals desiring to learn more about their own medical conditions, preparation on how to seek questions from their physicians, desired more knowledge and skills in understanding their health, and help with managing their conditions and preventative care. This merger should help develop an agenda to focus on the needs of all people and leading to better health outcomes, increase satisfaction with care,
You're at 30 seconds
educating
remaining.
patients about their conditions, healthcare professionals providing personalized support, fostering a sense of trust and collaboration, instituting effective health education to promote preventative behaviors, helping individuals avoid illnesses, accessing and managing chronic conditions effectively, collaborating with locals on enhancing health literacy for individuals to navigate healthcare systems and make informed choices about their health. Please join us in supporting this initiative. Thank you.
Our next speaker, please.
Bruce Strobel. And Mayor and Commissioners, we have about 10 speakers at this point. He'll be followed by Cheryl Collier-Brown.
Sure. Name and address for the record, please.
Hello, Commissioners. Dr. Bruce Strobel. I live on Sabre Drive in Tallahassee, Florida, 32303. I'm here tonight as a resident, a father, and someone who cares deeply about justice, democracy, and public trust in the city. But I want to be clear, I'm not against better health care. I'm not against research facilities and medical training. But I am against rushing a deal that permanently transfers our only public hospital out of the people's hands before the people have truly been heard. The MOU in front of you all tonight is described as non-binding, but the direction it sets is very real. It clears the way for the city to give up ownership, and with that ownership, it's leverage over the TMH campus, land, buildings, and equipment, and that all goes to Florida State University. But the question remains, what's in it for the people of our community? We've heard about the $1.7 billion in investment. We've heard about the other assets that are supposed to come back, but we have a problem with this concept of trickle down or ripple out economics. Like, we need to see how that's going to directly impact and how it's going to come to our communities. So I see this as, there's going to be future grants, we've been told, donations and legislative dollars that FSU hopes to get, but those are promises, and we don't know how much we can rely on that. Meanwhile, the transfer of the asset is going to be immediate and permanent. Supporters are reminding us that charity care is going to continue. We've heard that, and that sounds reassuring, but our community has learned the hard way that vague promises without strong enforcement do not protect the poor, the uninsured, or working families, especially when financial pressures arise in the future. So this is not just a business decision, this is a moral decision. Right now, residents, especially the residents that we represent on the South Side, Frenchtown, Bonnet, and Griffin Heights, they still have a lot of questions and they're trying to understand what's happening. We want to know, how much is the hospital actually worth? What other options have been considered that keep the hospital public, so that there has to be some alternative arrangements that we did not consider. Can we see those? Can we see a cost benefit of those other potential arrangements as opposed to solely jumping into this transfer? These are just things we'd like you to consider. So tonight I'm asking you to slow this down. We need to have more robust community engagement. There are still answers that need to be made. There are still questions that need to be answered, and we can still reach this decision later on, but it does not have to be tonight. Thank you very much.
The next speaker, please.
Cheryl Collier-Brown. And then Brandon Beckett.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening. Cheryl Collier-Brown, 217 West Brevard Street. I came to speak. I'm for the merger, but I've heard some different things, and give me a minute, just a minute, about community engagement, et cetera, Being a public educator, teacher, I heard the same thing when we try to get the parents out, and I hope you understand my comparison. I have attended every...
If you would, please be sure you speak into the microphone. There are folks who are outside of the room and won't be able to hear you.
I have attended every town hall meeting, every discussion. I've had discussions at my home, different things about the merger. Had one last night. We didn't have, 20 people there? Watson Temple, we had one. It wasn't an overflow, but it's been a lot of things going on. So my thing is, don't interrupt me back there, because I'm trying to hold my peace. Sorry about that. But what I want to emphasize is, it's been laid out. You can read it. It's a lot of information out there, and I'm still trying to process everything. But I'm not against it. I'm here to support the merger. And I am going to speak this. All of this personal attacks on everybody need to stop. is so disrespectful. It tears up the whole monotony. Is that the right word? If I'm not, I'm sorry. It just messes up the whole thing we're trying to do here. I'm so sick of hearing about these personal attacks. Even I have gotten some, not in here. But I just wanted to know we need to be more congenial and come together as a community and work together. Because I am so sick of this backbiting and calling names and making me embarrassed when I hear some of the things that are being said in this building all the time. Not just tonight, all the time. Thank you.
Our next speaker, please.
Brandon Beckett is next, and then Caden Rosa. Brandon Beckett. Then we'll move to Caden Rosa. And then our next speaker will be Delilah Pierre.
Your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Caden Rosa. I live in Tallahassee, 32313. And I'm going to say this. I'm an FSU student. We do not trust FSU. You know, we see what you do. You can't hide from the community. You can't hide from the community no more. We see how you try to gentrify Frenchtown. We see what you're trying to do in this community. We see that you're trying to destroy everything that makes Tallahassee, Tallahassee, and sell it off to the business interests that you all represent. We're not stupid. We're not stupid. We see you, John Daly. We see you, Curtis Richardson. We see you, Diane Williams-Cox. We know what you're trying to get in this town, and what you're trying to get is money in your pockets. That's why, you know, you could have Richard McCullough come up here and say a bunch of garbage to try to convince the community, and he got cooked by Jeremy Matlow because it was obviously a farce. We know that there's so much that you guys are lying about. We know the backhanded deals that you're trying to get with Commissioner Porter. Like, we see it. We see it, and you can't keep doing this. You know, you can't keep attacking the black and brown people in this community. This is a community that's in the Black Belt South. This a third black. Like, this is ridiculous. And, you know, just in the short time here, and that I've been here over the last year and a half, and I've gone to these commission meetings. I remember way back last year, there were a bunch of white people who could come here asking for a Chick-fil-A to be moved from around their community, and, you know, the commission will be here to fight for them. But when black and brown people come here for their community, and they're saying, we're not happy with what's going on in our communities that we've had for years, where are you guys? Can someone tell me that? You know, we saw the same thing with the golf course, what you did. You're fine selling enslaved people's graves? Like, this is something making national news. Like, this is crazy. Y'all have lost your minds, and we can't allow that anymore. That's why we're all demanding a town hall, and you're gonna have to address the community. You know, the little sham community like outreach that Diane Williams-Cox did the other day, where she pulled 10 people and wants to act like, oh, that was the community's big chance to speak. That's garbage. We're not stupid. We're not stupid. I don't know how many times we have to tell you that. And, you know, with FSU, who's trying to send all their officials here to try to push this across and try to manufacture some sort of community support that doesn't exist, telling their SGA, oh, we got to send out everybody, you know, because where's the money coming from? You know, where's the money trail? It's all pointing back to these business interests that FSU represents. And as a whole, a lot of you city commissioners also represent those same interests, and that's a shame on you guys.
You're at 30 seconds.
Yeah, that's about all I have to say, but, I mean, we're not stupid.
Delilah Pierre.
Next.
Delilah Pierre, followed by Paul Ahrens.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Delilah Pierre. I am the president of the Tallahassee Community Action Committee, and my address is exempt. I just want to say, just so I don't get charged with libel or anything, that it's of my opinion that everything that Diane Williams-Cox, Curtis Richardson, and John Daly says is a lie. It's of my opinion that everything you say is a lie, that you lie so often and so easily, you start to believe your own lies. Your conduct is unbelievable. To have a town hall with 10 people, when you are a city commissioner, you think you can't mobilize more people because you can mobilize hundreds of people to events that benefit you, can't you? I have a long memory. I've been on these city commission meetings 30, 40, 50 times. I remember when none of y'all said anything about the genocide in Gaza. I remember when y'all voted to end the moratorium on utility bills for people in Tallahassee while they were suffering. I remember when y'all dissolved the Citizens Police Review Board, even though you didn't have to by law, after giving a hypocritical condemnation of House Bill 601 that allowed it. I remember almost everything y'all do, but one thing I don't remember is you ever intentionally telling the truth. One thing I don't remember is any of your decisions being to benefit the community, because every one of your decisions is for one of your rich friends, a developer, or Florida State University's Board of Trustees. It's not even for the students. What is up with that? What is up with the conduct of city commissioners who are so fiercely in opposition to the needs of our community, who are okay, even if they're black, with building over formerly enslaved graves, who are okay with this FSU TMH sale, who are okay with our citizens being murdered or arrested by ICE officers who we see in Minneapolis terrorizing the country? This whole thing, the only reason we even know about this sale, by the way, is because you got caught in private meetings with people. That's the only reason we even know in the first place. Can you believe this? Clown, kangaroo court. No one believes you. You are lying out of your teeth, and we all can see it every second of the day, and I'm tired of it. I can't be more tired of a city commission that has no respect for the people here. And for those who are coming to show up for this sale, where have you been in the months that people have been fighting against it? Because I haven't seen any of y'all. And if you think Florida State University is going to do something for you, let me tell you, they only make deals that are beneficial for themselves. How am I supposed to trust a process where Richard McCullough, the president of Florida State University,
You're at 30 seconds.
has talked to City Commissioner Jack Porter and tried to manipulate her into supporting the sale? Out the bat, too. Not even a second meeting or anything. This is unbelievable. We cannot accept this FSU TMH sale. We cannot accept the building over enslaved bodies. We cannot accept 287G. This conduct is impermissible, and one day there will be political consequences for your actions because people will continue waking up and becoming more conscious in this country. Bet.
Our next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Paul Ahrens. Paul Ahrens. And then Joel Nunez will follow.
Your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Paul, excuse me. My name is Paul Ahrens. I live at 1706 Beechwood Circle North in Tallahassee 32301. I'm a physician, retired from the Florida Department of Health. I was the medical director in the HIV/AIDS program there for 18 years. And I graduated medical school in 1980, so I've seen all kinds of models of care, and I'm really in favor of having an academic medical center in Tallahassee. I think you're doing the right thing, but maybe the wrong way. So I have three issues that I want to raise, and I hope that the commissioners will address these issues when you are in the comment period. The first one is, how are you going to guarantee that the state government doesn't impose its ideological oppositional policies to things like abortion, immigration, transgender individuals, vaccines, fluoride was mentioned earlier, Palestinians? I mean, somehow there has to be guarantee that this will not intrude on who is served and how they are served. The second issue is, I remember reading that TMH is carrying a $350 million debt, and that somehow in this transaction, that debt remains the obligation of TMH, but somehow doesn't become the obligation of FSU. And so I'd like to hear more about how that's going to be paid, by whom, and how that might impact the level of care that's delivered by this new institution. And the last thing is that apparently $109 million is going to come the way of the city over the years from this transaction. When a state institution like FSU pays out that kind of money, seems to me the legislature gets involved in having to appropriate it. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. How are we assured that this money is going to become available, that it won't have all kinds of strings attached, and that ultimately it redounds to the benefit of the city? So I thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I hope you'll address these concerns.
The next speaker, please.
Joel Nunez. Joel Nunez is our next speaker. Then Thomas Spears will follow.
Your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Joel Nunez. I live at zip code 32303, City of Tallahassee. And, I mean, let's be real about this hospital vote. You guys already know which way you're going to vote, and FSU does too. Just driving over here, I saw the billboard. They're already putting up advertisements for this academic health center. Like, they're so sure that they got you guys in their pocket that they're already putting up billboards. Like, I've never seen anything like it, really. And it's just, you guys love to hand over the powers that the city has to DeSantis. Like, why the fear of being removed over 287G, over this and that? Always talking about, oh, the person DeSantis appoints is going to be worse, when you guys are literally doing what the person DeSantis would appoint is doing. Like, it just doesn't make sense. And additionally, there has to be a way to do an academic health center that would not involve giving up some of the city's biggest assets. It's like you guys are trying to downsize the city right now is what it seems, you know, giving away the country club, right? Like all that land, giving away this hospital land, giving away your police department's independence, giving away whatever power the city has. I don't know, y'all. It's kind of crazy because you know the Board of Governors is controlled by DeSantis, and you know they can make FSU do whatever they want to do. When I was at FSU, I remember a number of my friends got trespassed for standing up for the side of human rights, standing up against genocide in Gaza. And when they were trespassed, we requested a map of FSU of what property the city owns, just so we know not to break the law. And they own a lot of random parcels of land that none of my friends were allowed on. How, if you're making a hospital and that's going to be FSU land, what does that say for people that are trying to make FSU a better place, for people that are doing activism, for people that are going against the grain of what the university's doing? And what, they're not going to be able to use the city's hospital now? It's a little crazy to me. I'm skeptical to believe you guys really care about the health. Those who are selling this hospital, that you care about the health of this community when you're also allowing our police to act as ICE, to deport people, to take away families. You want to talk about health? I've never seen anything affect people's health so negatively. So, all right, I got 10 seconds left. Don't sell the hospital. That's all I got to say.
Our next speaker, please.
Thomas Spears. Next speaker is Thomas Spears, and then Madeline Kopka.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Thomas Spears, living in 32303. First thing, Commissioner Williams-Cox, I was really impressed. A town hall during the week with like maybe 24 hours notice that turns out like a dozen people. You're really showing off all those community connections you got. The sale of TMH to FSU is a short-term gain for Florida State at the expense of the people of Tallahassee. Any of the community gains that may happen or way down the line, even these college kids are going to be able to perhaps get a better education, although, again, that would be down the line after the facilities are created. They don't stay in town. Trust me, I lived here long enough. College kids leave Tallahassee. Maybe they're here for 4 years to get their education. And I can't even really blame them when the job prospects are so bad in Tally. You got to go somewhere else. Is there any effort to actually make a substantial, real progress for the people of Tallahassee that these kids will be able to serve and stay here? If there has been, it's been minuscule. It's been said before that selling the hospital requires coming back to the commission. FSU cannot just sell it to a third party without a vote by this body. Do we think they wouldn't vote to sell?
They would immediately. This is a body that would sell 180 acres of land that, with a preliminary search, is known to have 17 graves of formerly enslaved people. Fine with selling that for a pittance. They don't care about the people. This is obviously the first step towards privatization. It's not even going to necessarily be them on the dais. It'll be some other group. It's still the Tallahassee City Commission. For decades, for as long as it has existed, it's been in the pockets of developers. It's been in the pockets of big business. It's not for us. There is not a future where this hospital is not for the people. It's only for the rich, that the costs don't go up, even if the students are able to get some amount of education. Other people had said people will still have to drive for decades to Shands or to Jacksonville or to Mayo Clinic. This is not a plan with any long-term benefit, because before any of that happens, where there could be some sort of improvement to TMH, it won't be Tallahassee Memorial. It'll maybe be another Advent Health like they have in Orlando or something like that. It's just, I don't know, it's shameful. It's hard because I know y'all are just going to do it because y'all don't care. Y'all don't care about the people. This is not about the people. This is about your pocketbooks. But there will be political consequences, as Delilah said.
Our next speaker, please.
Madeline Kopka. And the speaker to follow will be Delatry Hollinger.
Your name and address for the record, please.
My name's Maddie Kopka. My zip code is 32301. I just wanted to give a little insight into what it's like to be traveling to Mayo back and forth. I've been diagnosed with probably every autoimmune disease you can have. But I can guarantee I would rather travel 5 hours both ways than see FSU merge with TMH. Plain and simple. I literally am at the doctor all the time. I feel like I live there. I probably go there. I've gone there in the past 3 years than the majority of the people in this room will ever go. But I also know that the people who are working at Mayo and at Shands and at all these places everyone else are listing are people that are very good at their job. And I'm not saying that FSU does not have the ability to be like those places, but I also know that it's not going to work. We all know that. We know it's not going to work. It's not. I have had doctors leave the state already because they don't want to be working under DeSantis. They know that they can't run the tests that need to be run. I am no longer in certain trials because we're not allowed to do them anymore. All the time. We know it's happening. It's happening in front of all of us. And there's 3 of you that don't want to acknowledge that. So I appreciate the 2 that have. But once again, we see who it is. Commissioner Cox, you refuse to meet with me. Plain and simple. If you want to do that, we can go both ways, okay? It can get ugly for everybody. You've attacked us for long enough. We can go back. I don't care anymore. I really don't. So that's all I'm going to say. That's not attacking. That's not keep making it ugly. That's none of that. That's just my opinion. First Amendment right. Thank you. I beg you not to go through with this because it's going to be bad. And again, I'm someone who knows far too well. Thank you.
Our next speaker, please.
Delatry Hollinger. Delatry Hollinger. Just a minute to make sure he's not in the atrium, and he is. So Delatry Hollinger, followed by Trish Brown.
Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. I am Delatry Hollinger, 750 Wells Street, Tallahassee. I am a former president of the Tallahassee branch, NAACP. I am also a minister of the gospel in the Primitive Baptist faith. I must say that in its current form, I do not support the item that is before you on today. I am not opposed to an academic healthcare facility or medical center coming to our community. In fact, I feel that such a facility, if developed and rolled out properly, has the ability to transform our region. I appreciate the leadership of Dr. McCullough, Dr. Littles, and others who have played a vital role in this proposal, but I am opposed to how we got here today. I was born at Tallahassee Memorial Hospital, delivered by both Doctors A.D. and A.J. Brickler. My grandmother was one of the first black nurses to desegregate TMH upon the closure of the FAMU hospital in 1971. However, I employed this commission to go back to the drawing board and solicit and provide a platform for true public input on this item. Not a forum where you tell people what's good for them, but a forum where the citizenry has an opportunity to tell you what they want. The electorate is not ill-informed, and we live in a significantly well-educated community. What truly is the rush? Host a town hall similar to the town hall meetings that were held when the new police headquarters was being proposed, where the mayor and city commission sat at the front of the room and engaged in meaningful dialogue with this community. What other alternatives have been considered? Why can't the merger happen without the university controlling the land? Ask the community what they want to see their hospital become. Don't tell them what's best for them, but listen to them. Furthermore, I'd like to see more of an emphasis placed on our infant mortality rates, especially among black mothers. Engage the university to see how we can put a true dent in poverty in this community, not only by focusing on indigent care, but being a part of the conversation about how we permanently lift people out of poverty. I also don't support transferring over $1 billion in assets and 78 acres of publicly owned land, and know that by doing so, this government releases its ability to have any meaningful say-so in the future regarding TMH. I feel very strongly that this academic partnership can still happen even if the taxpayers maintain control of the asset.
Next speaker, please. Trish Brown. Next speaker is Trish Brown, followed by Q Zwer, which is the last speaker form I have at this time.
Your name and address for the record, please.
I'm Trish Brown of Power Up People, and I'm glad to be here today. I'm thanking God that I actually have enough health to actually be in this room. Thank you. And I'm here because this deal smells like something you tried to hide when you know the neighborhood would slam the door in your face. I'm all for research center and innovative treatments and opportunities. I'm all for that. You know, I want to see better for the people in our communities. But what's on the table right now is not a partnership. It's a takeover wrapped in professional language and glossy press releases. The negotiations between FSU and Tallahassee Memorial have happened behind closed doors, out of sight and out of reach of the very people who depend on this hospital to live. This is not how public business gets done in a democracy. That is how backroom deals get done when powerful institutions think the public won't fight back. We deserve transparency, we deserve records, timeless and real public hearings, not scripted town halls after discussions are already baked in. Right now, the community has been treated like an inconvenience, not a stakeholder. FSU's motives are not neutral. Their track record in Panama City Beach should set off alarms every single one of you. When a powerful institution repeatedly moves like a takeover artist, you stop calling it coincidence and start calling it a pattern. Then there's the board structure, 7 out of 17 seats to start, with the ability to grab more over time. That is not shared governance. That is slow motion power grab. Tallahassee's community, the people who built TMH and rely on it, should not be outvoted in their own hospital. Let's talk about what's really at risk. TMH is a nonprofit with missions to serve this community. Merging with a public university could put the mission and its tax-exempt status in jeopardy. You do not gamble with a safety net hospital, especially do not gamble with when you haven't even done an independent appraisal to determine what TMH is truly worth. Without that, you are asking the city to sign a blank check. Layer on top of that, FSU's tight relationship with the governor's office, and now we're looking at political influence creeping into healthcare decisions that should be driven by patients, not politicians. For refugees and immigrant families, this is not abstract. They already face barriers to care, language access, and trust in institutions. A rush deal that lacks community input could shut them out even further. For Black women in this city, the stakes are life and death. Florida has one of the most maternal mortality rates in the nation, and Black women die at more than 2.5 times the rate of white women. But Black infants die at a higher rate, too. TMH is a critical provider of prenatal and delivery and postnatal care that keeps our people alive. And disruption, any shift away from community-centered care would be devastating. This timeline is reckless, the process is rushed, and the community is not asking for crumbs, not anymore. We are asking for a pause and real transparency, independent valuation, and actual seats at the table where decisions are being made. Stop the deal as it stands. Slow it down. Open the doors. Let the people who will live with the consequences help shape them. Because healthcare is not a real estate transaction.
Ms. Brown, I need you to wrap
and
it up.
our lives are not bargaining chips.
I need you to please wrap
Simple
it up.
as that.
Thank you. Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Q Zwer. I believe I've got Q Zwer. Waiting just a minute to hear if someone comes in the door there. If not, then our next speaker is Max Hurley. Max Hurley.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Max Hurley, 117 South Gadsden Street. This is why people say we need to get rid of the city manager. This is why. I'm a candidate for Tallahassee City Commission, and 13 days after the November election, I'm going to stand right over there, and I'm going to raise my right hand with Jim Cook and a Bible, and the next words out of my mouth are going to be, I'd like to make a motion to fire the city manager. But why? This deal is a very poorly negotiated deal for the city. It has been a very bad process, and it has gone through bad management. I don't know who else to blame but the city manager for this. And what frustrates people most about this process is that the 5 city commissioners, who are, of course, elected to represent the public, people feel like there's 2 city commissioners that you all don't even listen to, that you all make no attempt to work with. And I do blame the city manager for this because he's the one who's writing the agendas. We've heard meeting after meeting where they have asked for concessions, and this whole thing has been done under duress every meeting. And, you know, I asked the city commission to please work more thoughtfully with the minority, to please work and accommodate in some way. I want you all to believe that it is possible for this to be unanimous at some point. We have 8 months. And, you know, this presumption that this deal gets worse for all parties, I think is clearly wrong. I think that this deal has clearly gotten better over the last 90, 120 days, and I believe it can still get better. There's a lot of things that we can negotiate better. We can negotiate the electric rates for TMH, for FSU. We can negotiate a whole host of FSU and TMH properties. We can negotiate the fire services fee with those 2 entities. We know from the comp plan, because of your leadership, that that got better when given more time for consideration. We know from the Wilani comp plan amendment and Pam Hall and Kalarin's work that that got better. And I ask you all to believe that this too can get better with more time for you all to work on it. So I ask you all to please keep working on this to make it the best deal we possibly can. Thank you.
Our next speaker, please.
I do not have any other speakers, Mayor.
Is there anybody else in the room that has not had a chance to speak on this item that would like to speak and has not filled out a card? All right, we're going to turn to commission discussion. And by the way, thank you everybody for coming out. I actually thought that was a great public hearing and I appreciate everybody's participation. Thank you very much. Let's open it up for commission discussion. Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, first off, to all the public speakers on both sides. Democracy can be rowdy, but it is our right, no matter what your position on this issue is, to be heard. So we thank you for participating. Also want to thank the FSU medical students for coming and for choosing FSU and for choosing Tallahassee. We're glad you're here. You know, we're one of the top producers of professionals and leaders across the country. They say we don't have exports, but it's talented minds, so we appreciate you. I want to start by saying two seemingly opposing ideas can be true. A partnership between Florida State University and TMH can be transformational for the future of healthcare in our community. And at the same time, the deal that's before us today is detrimental to the city's interests. So I want to get the questions I know that are still on people's minds answered, because I've heard a lot of them today. We've heard them in different meetings. We've heard them in emails, and we still haven't gotten those yet. And I think when we have the final sales agreement and the definitive documents between FSU and TMH, that'll be a great first step in us knowing, you know, actually what we're voting on. But it's hard because we've had so many meetings on this over the years, but we still don't know what the final agreements will be. You know, we hope that everything in the MOUs will stand, though I think there's still some issues with the MOU between the city and FSU specifically that need to change. And, you know, I want to go back to the value that's been, I think, the driving point of negotiations. When we first met President McCullough in Florida State, it was always going to be the value of the property. We have a duty to protect the interests of the people of Tallahassee and what this property is valued. We started near a ballpark speculation of $1 billion that I think includes probably the property and the business interests of the hospital. We were able to get a valuation report from Ankara that I think probably more fairly puts it somewhere around $500 million, though Florida State does not agree to those valuations per the MOU. So what's the value of the hospital? We don't know. We haven't had a fair market appraisal. I think until we get a fair market appraisal, I think we're all just speculating on the value. For, I think it was $40,000. We could have had that document done and brought to our meeting in advance so we would know the value. But I think where people get upset about what's happening has nothing to do necessarily with the future of the healthcare. It's the way they feel like the public is being treated with a valuable public asset. You know, much like the Doak Campbell $20 million, it wasn't about Doak Campbell or supporting FSU. It was knowing the needs in our community of what $20 million could do. And so this is no different to me when we talk about $109 million over 30 years, interest-free, which is about $67 million in today's dollars, if we add in inflation over the 30 years. That's drastically low for what a property owned by the city of Tallahassee is worth and valued at. So I was hoping this would come back somewhere between $250 and $500 million, because those have, while President McCullough's right, they have much deeper resources to invest in this hospital than we do. For the same reason, we need to stand up for our interests in the hospital, because $250 million may be a drop in the bucket for an entity like Florida State that has the backing of state government. But for a city like Tallahassee, when we look at the opportunity costs, $250 million could clear our entire backlog of missing sidewalks in our entire city. $250 million could repair the 30% of our roadways that are graded below good condition. $250 million can make a real dent on low-income housing in our community. It could house every homeless citizen in our community. And then you could get to the would like to have. It could build a performing arts center. It could build a regional travel ball facility. It could build a water park, whatever you imagine. The point is, the people of Tallahassee own the property. It has real material value, and what's being offered by the university at this point isn't fair to the people who have invested in this asset over time. Now, can we assign value to the future of medical care? Certainly TMH can, certainly Florida State can, but as a city commissioner responsible for city's assets and the city's pocketbook, that's hard for me to do, particularly since we're giving away all of our control over the future of healthcare. That should cost money as well. As I said in previous meetings, if we were open to negotiating the terms of this to make sure the city still had some sort of input going forward, whether that was on board seats, approval of recommendations on board seats, I think that has real material value that we could lower the price of the hospital. I just don't think we're there yet. On a few of the questions I do have, I was hoping we could get answers. And Mr. Manager, you may tell me who the best person to address these questions to are. Lots of people have spoken about traveling to Shands, traveling to Mayo, Jacksonville, Gainesville for care. But the question I get asked most, what specific specialties will we duplicate in Tallahassee that are offered at Shands or Mayo and Jacksonville?
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
I'm going to look to FSU. I'm not sure that's a known answer, but it's one that evolves over time. President McCullough, who would be the best to kind of cast the vision for obviously we're talking about decades in the future and the evolution of an academic health center, and it casts a certain vision that will take a life of its own. I think we all know, and we've talked a lot about the subspecialties and the care and the expansion of the health care. And in fact, included in the MOU that we have in front of you for action tonight envisions $1.7 billion of investment. So there is an idea is that the firmest of this happens, that happens, that's over 30 years. And so I think what we do know is the academic health center model gives us the opportunity to expand healthcare beyond and the access to healthcare beyond what's accessible today. And so I think that's probably the best answer that you'll get on this, and I think it holds a great deal of promise.
Mr. Muschin, you want to weigh in?
Well, I don't, President McCullough can speak for himself. I mean, I will tell you my experience in healthcare, because I've worked as a healthcare lawyer for 40 years, that to achieve specialization, you've got to have a certain population, frankly, and given we're the size of Tallahassee, we're not going to get specialization without doing something special. And so I don't know, in the discussions we had from FSU, I'm not sure that degree of knowledge is there yet in terms of what will the specialization mean. But I think the intent is, and it's reflected in the MOU, is that there be some. That's why they're, one of the reasons we're doing this. I don't know, again, President McCullough, feel free to.
President McCullough?
Maybe why don't you come on? So first of all, we don't know that because we have to work together to build a strategic plan, figure out what we can do together. I mean, there's a couple of obvious things. Imaging is something that it's a matter of money and expertise to build bring the kind of machines here. They're very good cardiology, and so that ties right in with imaging. And so there's a few things like that. I can tell you we're not doing lung transplants. I mean, that's the kind of thing. But I'm not the expert on what we would do, but that's part of the strategic planning process that we would do together. But maybe.
Mr. Bryant?
Mark O'Brien, TMH. Both President McCullough and Attorney Muschin have kind of prefaced what you have to grow. Let me go back and just give you some history. When I came here in 2003, 35% of our patients, our cancer patients, left town for care. 35%. We track that. We are down less than 3% now leave town. And that's because we have addressed specialization. What you do, you have to have two things to create bigger programs, stronger programs. You have to have population. You can't build highly specialized programs on a smaller population because you can't, one, get the amount of volume to create the expertise, to draw the expertise in town, and to create proficiency with your staff. That's one of the reasons why over time we've continued to grow and expand outside of our community. One of the reasons why we've talked so ardently about moving into Panama City, because that's a population that's either going to go west or east. We're trying to attract it here because those populations, as we go into the western part of our community, as we look east and have the relationships with Perry and Madison, as we look to South Georgia and Southeast Alabama, those are the programs that give us a broader population. As we do that, then how do you get that? As you get those bigger populations, how do you attract the specialists? Well, academic partnerships are key to that. That's one of the reasons why this is not a new conversation. We've been talking about this since 2008. Dr. Littles has been a part of our community, not just through the College of Medicine, but as a member of our board, as a chair of our board. In 2008, we started this journey formally started the journey of becoming an academic health center. In 2021, we formalized that through a joint strategic plan passed by both TMH's Board of Directors and FSU's Board of Trustees that elevated it to this next step of becoming a true identified academic center. What that does, it allows us to recruit specialists because some specialists, once you get the population, you have to be able to differentiate yourself. And becoming an academic medical center gives them the opportunity to share in whether it's education. Some of them want to teach in addition to actually perform. Some of them want to do research. Research is key to that because people at that level of performance, that level of specialization, want to keep on the cutting edge. And research and education are two vehicles for doing that. And that also, quite frankly, requires capital strength. And in the state of Florida, it doesn't take far to look to recognize that community health systems basically are being picked off and becoming part of larger healthcare systems that aren't community-based. Academic health partnerships allow us to do that here in this town, to remain locally owned, locally controlled, locally governed, which then also is a differentiator because many physicians want to be a part of that because they want to be a part of the community that makes decisions for their own care. Now, I've kind of covered a lot in different ways, but as we look to specialty care, specialty services, it's that level of differentiation that allows us to, once we are able to expand and attract a broader population for higher specialty services, higher specialty that will travel further, then the academic partnerships will allow us to actually start targeting physicians who are recognized on a super regional and a national level to bring them into our community.
Thank you, Mark. I agree with your position on the academic medical center. I think we're all in agreement there. The conflict I'm running into is both in our city items based on this items and what is public facing as well. President McCullough, your comments at our last meeting, people are being told that they won't have to travel for medical care. And I'm trying to ascertain if there's certain specialties that won't have to travel, if everybody won't, because it seems like we're severely misleading the community by saying they won't have to travel for Medicare. And if there are specialties or there are certain types of medicine that in the next 10 years, 20 years, population, we can't decide. Hopefully, Tallahassee grows and continues to grow, and we become that type of metropolitan area that will support those types of services. But how that relates to selling this individual piece of property from the city, I'm trying to get an explanation how this sale is going to stop people from having to travel and what specialties. Because right now, there's people at home that see this messaging that are the young woman who spoke earlier who's driving to Mayo, folks who are traveling to Shands, and they genuinely believe that if we do this, they're not going to have to travel anymore.
Just a comment. This is the evolutionary process. We're not going to have everything day one.
No.
Right.
But I will guarantee you it'll look different a year from now than it does today. It'll look significantly different 10 years from now than it does today. These are programs that we start evaluating from a strategic perspective. Where can we target populations that would draw down? I will give you an example of pediatric care. We have a limited pediatric platform in this community. Even though if you draw a circle around how far people will travel, we have a relatively large, if you include South Georgia, Southeast Alabama, and then going east and west 75, 100 miles, which is how far people will drive for specialty care. We have enough to attract a higher level of pediatric care. Now, we're not ever going to do heart transplants, high-level surgical services, but we can do a heck of a lot more than what we're doing now if we can create the right type of platform. That's where education and research comes into play. We can start pinpointing these areas that make sense now, and then as we grow those populations, as we strengthen our relationship with these outlying communities, then we can start targeting more specialized services. One of the things we can do that we recognize is in heart and vascular care, minimally invasive microsurgery. We can start looking at specialists who can bring that in, where we can track patients from a broad range of communities that go way out. Some of the areas, several years ago, we developed a functional neurosurgery program, deep brain stimulation. We have people who come from hundreds of miles here for that. It depends on the service. If we can create the right dynamic and create the right reputation, and academic centers are differentiators, then we'll have more and more people willing to come from the Pensacola's and the Mobile, Alabamas, and even the Jacksonvilles, who will come here because we will have specialists who will be identified as nationally recognized experts. That takes time, but it's something that we have targeted because that's part of being an academic center. We want to be the best of both worlds. We want to remain community-based, community-owned, governed and directed in a partnership with FSU, but we want to create the academic platforms that allow us to be the best of both.
Great, excellent.
Mr. Matlow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And to me, at fair market value, those are hospital decisions at 250, 500 million, whatever that would be if we got an appraisal, but asking for a discounted price. And city manager, this isn't on y'all, I'm more looking at my city manager in the city. We're telling the public something that's verifiably not true and their ability to travel. That's 100% speculative. So I would just ask that we remove that in any of our promotions going forward, that there be reduced travel, because there's people in our community that are more inclined to support it because they think that is true. The second issue that has been brought up, we've discussed in the past, Mr. President, it was asked this meeting, but what assurances does the city have that the state will not impose controversial political directives on things such as reproductive services for women, limiting vaccines, mask bans?
That's the easiest answer in the whole entire world. Doesn't happen at Shands, doesn't happen at Tampa General, doesn't happen at any of those hospitals that are overseen by the state. It's not happening. And so, and those are around. So I know fear is a real thing, and I understand the fear of the people, but the reality is that's just not happening. And so right now you have an evidence-based answer for that.
Commissioner Matlow.
Mr. O'Brien.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just one more, and this is not a part of the asset conversation today, but a part of our conversation, and it is a part of our MOU that we have and that we signed in September of this past year. That MOU is very consistent with the strategic engagement, the strategic health center plan that we both boards approved in 2021. If you look at that, it keeps governance at the local level. And the governance is largely both on the TMH, which are community members, and FSU, which even identifies community members amongst the representatives. It keeps those decisions at the governance level local, which I think is another assurance that we will make sure that the unique needs of this community are met.
Great, thank you, Mark. And I'll have one question, Mr. Mushin.
We coordinated our sports.
Yeah. Other Mark, may I ask, Commissioner? Well, Two statements on the MOU specifically. You know, the MOU states that the parties recognize the city conducted a properly noticed public hearing October 1st and the second one October 22nd. I don't believe we can assert that because we didn't, not only do we not have the definitive documents that we still don't have, we didn't even have a MOU between the city of Tallahassee and FSU at that time. You know, I think to me, and I'm not an attorney, but I think the spirit of the law is two public hearings, and each public hearing would have at least the definitive documents. This is the first public meeting, and it's not a public hearing that we've even seen a dollar amount offered. That's just my personal opinion on my objections to the MOU as stated. But the questions I had for you were, you talked about the remedies earlier, particularly if payments weren't made. Can you speak to the remedies on the other aspects of the agreement, such as the indigent care? If that's not, is there a remedy if they don't follow through with the same levels of indigent care?
Well, yeah, I mean, indigent care is subject to that same remedy. So if they fail to provide indigent care, the city can proceed to go through the process as described before, and eventually take the hospital back if they continue not to comply with that.
Okay, and that is the same remedy if the $100 million in investments aren't made into the facility?
Yes.
And the $1.7 billion, I believe, says best effort, so that's not guaranteed or
That's
backed by
correct.
any remedy?
That's correct.
What is the total, the $109 million would be subject to the remedy, the $100 million in investment? Was there anything else additional?
The 150 also.
Okay, the 150. So those three things
Yes.
would be the things that are kind of non-negotiable. We could get the hospital back if they
Yes.
default on. So $350 million, $360 million total. Okay.
On point, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Porter.
And thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is that those remedies, though, expire after 30 years?
Well, they expire with, they expire with respect to the transfer after 30 years. So remember, I talked about there's a restriction, they can't sell the hospital. That would go away after 30 years. But the remedies continue on the other items.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Commissioner Mallow.
A final question on that. The $360 million required of Florida State, would that be contingent on legislative appropriations?
Well, the MOU doesn't state where they're required to come up with the money. Most state contracts are subject to appropriation, so I would expect this may be, but at the end of the day, it has an enforcement mechanism. So, all right, the legislature doesn't appropriate, we'll come up with it somewhere, or we can take the property back. So I think that's the answer to the question.
Okay, thank you. I say that because I would highly suspect if we start trying to duplicate specialties at other universities, you'll have tremendous backlash, possibly in our state legislature, to even bring any of those types of things to FSU Health. So I'm glad we're having this conversation today. I can't support the MOU that we're voting on today based on the dollar amount not being backed by fair market value appraisals, as well as the MOU stating that we've had properly conducted public hearings, which I don't believe we've had. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sure. Before we move forward, Mr. Manager, Commissioner Matlow brought up some good points on valuation. Do you want to talk to that, please?
Yes, sir. Happy to do so. When the commission authorized me and others negotiated with FSU, we took a really wide view related to the negotiation. We looked at the history of the hospital, the investment by the city, and by extension, the citizens of Tallahassee. And what we recognize is the access to the assets are by lease, but they're by agreement. They're not on the balance sheet of the city of Tallahassee. These aren't the city of Tallahassee's assets as we normally think of that. And if you go back and you kind of put together the lease that exists today, I think it makes a lot of sense. For the first 30 years or so, the hospital was built by the city of Tallahassee. It was owned by the city of Tallahassee, and there were a certain set of assets, much less land than exists today, much less square feet than exists today. In the city commission and what we now know as TMH today found it appropriate to transfer via lease the ownership and operation of those assets. probably just like the discussion we're having today, knowing that the future of healthcare will change, the hospital will grow, there'll be this evolution of healthcare, and that TMH would operate that, they would finance it, they would maintain it, they would do all of these things. But if ever that changed and TMH was in default, I mean, that in theory could happen today, the entire hospital would need to come back to the city of Tallahassee. So with that said, the citizens of Tallahassee haven't spent any money on the assets of TMH since the mid-'70s. So that there was a moment in time where that was frozen. Those assets had a value at that time, and they were transferred in terms of operation via lease to TMH. TMH in exchange agreed to operate the hospital, maintain the hospital, and very importantly, agreed to provide charity care, indigent care. And so we educated ourselves on the history of that, why that would be, the value at the time. And then, of course, we informed ourselves about the hospital itself, the assets that the city would have title to by way of the lease. And that's not all of TMH's assets. I think that's well understood. Is generally those at the main campus. So we looked at that. We've talked a number of times about the debt that's associated with those same assets. And you as city commissioners have approved the issuance of debt on behalf of TMH. So the revenues from the hospital system are pledged against that debt. So the debt's serviced by TMH. TMH doesn't pay any rent. They agree to provide indigent care. So we took all of that into consideration, and the debt is a significant portion of the asset value of the hospital. What we found to be maybe even more important than like a traditional sale of an asset was how to reimburse the citizens of Tallahassee for the investment that was made now all these years ago and that's been frozen in time. But not just that, and maybe almost that it was almost secondary. How do we bring about more investment to the system than would otherwise occur? And I think that was really, really important to us. We spent the most time working on that. And so the portion of the compensation that you see where there's a commitment for $100 million in the hard assets of the hospital as we know it, another $150 million in complementary investment in that portion of the hospital as we know it. We found that maybe to be the most important because we felt like the comments from the city commission, the public leading up to that, were how do we improve our health care? So if the money just flowed to the city of Tallahassee based on what the assets that were defined in the lease were worth, that didn't necessarily bring about improved health care or improved facilities. And so, we took this wide lens approach, and that kind of factored in. The $109 million, and I think it's laid out pretty good in the Incura report, was what would the value today be of the assets that the city owned, paid for, and turned over, and had never been compensated for, other than the good work of TMH that they've done in the indigent care. But there was never a payment for that. So you're at a point of transaction. How do you reimburse the citizens? The $109 million is in today's dollars for that. But more importantly, how do you derive value from this transaction and invest back in the hospital? So you see an aggregate of just shy of $360 million in commitment with a vision that's cast over 30 years of $1.7 billion. And so that was kind of our approach. It wasn't as simple as this is an asset and this is how much an asset is worth, recognizing that the city of Tallahassee for 40 years hasn't spent any money on the hospital, and all the debt is assigned to the hospital revenues themselves. And that'll continue to be the case. So the hospital will be, if approved, owned by FSU. If there's any issue with the debt, the revenues of the hospital are pledged against that. And so it removes an obligation of the city of Tallahassee potentially in default. And so that was our approach, Mayor and Commissioners, in terms of trying to find that best value for the community. We felt like that was well done, and it took a lot of meetings, and we had a lot of good conversations, and I think we tried to keep everybody's interest in mind for this concept of improved healthcare and investment in the hospital that we know it. That was very, very important, and Mark has described. We didn't allow any strings to be attached to the availability of funds, because that was a logical thing that you could say subject to appropriations. We didn't want to leave that as it relates to that $359 million of investment. We didn't want to tie that, and FSU agreed, and so I think you see the MOU that we have today. And so that was our approach. That's kind of how we arrived at the values and the kind of the arrangement. I shouldn't drive past so easily. There's immense value, almost incalculable value in the commitment in the MOU to continue to provide indigent charity care. That is a very, very valuable element that's not calculated, but we know has lots of future value to the community, and that was something that we ensured that contractually will be very strong in the agreement.
Mr. Mustian, do you want to add anything?
I just want to correct one thing I said earlier. So the reconveyance remedy does go away, and it's entirely after 30 years. And I think the thinking on that was that the payments are all done by then. So the money is over. And so it really is just the indigent care that continues on sort of in perpetuity there. And the thinking was, all right, well, after 30 years under, sort of real estate law, that sort of messes the title up if you have essentially a reverter interest. And also from a practical standpoint, if you got a judgment against Florida State said they had to do this, it's a little hard to see them just ignoring a court order. So I just wanted to make sure I corrected that question.
Excellent. All right.
On point, Mr. Mayor?
Sure. Commissioner Matlow, on point.
Thank you. Just to address the manager's comments, it seems we're devaluing the value of the hospital based on the idea that it was based on a lease agreement or a $1 lease. But I would say if we took the hospital in the 1970s, sold it at fair market value, gave that money to Jim Cook to invest for 55 years, or if we charged a fair market value rent over the last 55 years and put that into an investment account, we're talking about much, much higher numbers. So this idea that we can value it less based on a complicated lease agreement, I don't think is accurate. And secondly, I think the best way to find fair market value is to open it up to competitors. What are nonprofits willing to pay? What is the private industry willing to pay? And while I don't necessarily support going down those paths, but that is the way to determine if we're having similar negotiations with others and not negotiating with just one predetermined buyer that was predetermined before any of us had a chance to weigh in. But again, so I just go back to the entire structure and what you're saying of value. If we wanted a fair appraisal that is backed and accredited, we could get that. Right now we have a document that I don't believe is fair market value. FSU has not accepted or agreed to any particular valuations in the valuation report. Neither have I. The community doesn't have an idea of what fair market value is, and it seems like we're making up a number. I know it's based in different aspects of that valuation report, but I don't think it's backed up with enough data to know we're getting a fair value.
This is important, so I want to make sure that we clarify, because I respectfully disagree. I want you to comment, and then again, based on your 40 years experience in healthcare law, make sure that we are on the right track with how we have valued this piece of property with the transaction.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. You can't separate the value of the assets from the debt, of course, and so
right.
I think if you study the documents, you'll see how much the debt is relative to the assets. But to the point of the value to the community, the value in indigent care, charity care that TMH has provided over the last 40 or so years would far outstrip any value that the city turned over to TMH. So that was in essence the payment. Now we're finding a transition, and so we use some logic-based approach to determine how you compensate the citizens. And moreover, then FSU picks up that obligation, and by way of agreement, they'll be obligated for that indigent charity care. That far outstrips any payment that could have possibly been derived in 1979. And any investment that Jim and his team do a great job, but they can't earn that kind of money. That's valuable to the community. And so that had to be considered when we were doing our analysis.
Mr. Mustard, any other comment?
No, I mean, that starts to get a little bit away from the legal side of this. I mean, I will say that there's, obviously the indigent care, there's some restriction on value of that going forward. And same that taking the property subject to a 40-year lease is what the value is. That's beyond my expertise on that.
Excellent. Let's move on and get other questions. Other commissioners. Commissioner Porter, you have the floor.
Thank you. Just following up on that, I want to make sure I understand. It doesn't make sense to me why the value that TMH has provided to the community is deducted from the sale price to FSU. Can you correct me? I mean, can you explain that?
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner. I think you have to include that because TMH didn't pay any rent. So when you're trying to determine have the citizens been compensated for its original investment up until about 1979, keep in mind, so the citizens of Tallahassee have not made any investment in the hospital since then. There's no compensation necessary for that. All of the investment's been by TMH to grow the hospital system. So you have to take into account no payments been made, but indigent care, charity care has been provided. So that becomes your rent, and then so that's satisfied, and it's very good rent. And then as you're making the transition, what's a logic-based approach for compensating the citizens of Tallahassee for their original 30-year investment? That's the, I share that as the logic of the approach.
And is that, thank you, Mr. Mayor, is that the way that we appraise or evaluate any other city asset, though? Like earlier today, earlier in this meeting, we approved a sale of city property that we purchased years ago that we never used the way we intended to use it. We didn't invest more than what we bought it for, but we sold it for more because it's worth more now. So what is unique? I understand the logic. I'm just not understanding how it applies here.
No, Commissioner, I think actually it's a helpful question because I think there's a premise that we have a tangible asset that we can simply sell, and we can't. It's a lease. The title to the assets are by way of the lease. The city cannot unilaterally just break the lease and sell the assets. It is not a balance sheet asset that we can simply sell. The reality of it is it's a transfer of assets through a changing of the lease. That's ultimately the transaction. And so the value is not as simple as a tangible object that you're selling. It's the lease. And the lease affords certain rights. And so that's why, we had to kind of break it down into what was the history of it, how does it work, what are the actual assets. There's no balance sheet asset. And so it is a unique situation. It's not a piece of property that we own, that we would just say, how much is the property worth, and however we would transact that based on the commissions. So, that it gets a little more complicated than saying it's worth this, or the x-ray machines are worth that. It's what's the value to the community. And of course, I think that, the commission has weighed in, given good direction on this issue of we want this to be a partnership with FSU and not sold to, a corporation, a healthcare corporation somewhere in the United States. And so that it becomes the transfer of the lease as it exists, reworked, that'll become an arrangement between FSU and TMH, and then how do we best compensate the citizens, and more importantly, ensure there's investment into the healthcare system. That was kind of the logic we used in the transaction.
Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, first of all, I too want to thank everyone for being here and being engaged in this issue. I certainly believe that this is the most important issue that I will ever vote on as a commissioner. And I also want to reiterate my support for an academic medical center. I think the question has never been, do you support an academic medical center? Do you support FSU? I don't know anyone who outright is opposing better public health in Tallahassee, better medical care, or the idea of an academic medical center. But it's obviously much more than that. One thing that I have consistently discussed, so those of you who have been at several of these meetings, I don't think I have much new to add, but I still think it's so important that the public know, because I think that the way this has been talked about, especially in the media, is that it is a precondition for an academic health center that we sell the hospital, and it's simply not true. I mean, are we to believe that for over 15 years, FSU and TMH were working towards establishing an academic medical center when there was no discussion of selling the hospital, and they were just wasting 15 years if there was no possibility that they could form an academic medical center without the transfer of the assets? I mean, I don't believe that. No one has even really tried to sincerely answer the question, despite it being asked many times, what is the advantage of an academic medical center that FSU owns versus an academic medical center that the city, that is a partnership, as I understand it, was what was being discussed and planned for. And that's not to say that there aren't benefits. I mean, I've heard the response that there's more access to investment, to capital, to certain kinds of appropriations. I understand that, but we were also being asked to evaluate the trade-offs and the risks, and respectfully to say that because there hasn't been state interference before, so there won't be, to me is just not a guarantee or a satisfactory answer. I certainly hope you're right, but that to me is far from a guarantee. So the question, as has been posed by many speakers, what is the best way we improve healthcare outcomes in Tallahassee and the region? Does this deal protect scientific integrity? Is this the best deal for taxpayers? Has this process been thorough and transparent and community-based? We've also been asked today to approve a non-binding MOU before FSU and TMH have even completed their own negotiations. And so we are, as the city, if we move forward today, giving up a significant amount of leverage to make this deal even better. Now, I understand that this is coming back to us, this is a resolution today, but I really think it's a mistake for us to move forward without knowing what FSU and TMH negotiate between themselves. You know, this back and forth about what is it worth, what is the asset worth? I understand, of course, as we all do, that the hospital is not just like selling your own home. It is more complicated than that. But I find it hard to believe that most people are selling hospitals without a full appraisal. I mean, we violated our own city policy without even taking a vote to violate it or to waive it, that requires that we get 2 independent state appraisals for every city asset valued at over $300,000, only to find out that, respectfully, that as all of these conversations were going on about what is the hospital worth, months prior, like 6 months prior, the city manager had entered into a contract to get this valuation, which was never mentioned. There's no plan that's been shared about what what FSU and TMH are planning in this endeavor. What should we expect in the next 5, 10, 15, 30, 50 years? What will the areas of research focus be? What are our priorities? I understand that these things evolve over time, and it's a dynamic, iterative process that depends on many, many factors. I don't expect to have a perfect blueprint, but I would expect that, and I believe members of the public expect and deserve, a little bit more of a fleshed out plan so that we know what to expect. This process has unfortunately not been, and I want to make this very clear, I hold the city responsible for this as the owner of the asset. This process has not been, and the entity entrusted to the public, this process has not been transparent or carefully planned, and nowhere close. It's been rushed. There's been no exploration of alternatives, nothing presented to the public as far as what other models for this partnership could be, what is going to provide, and led by the question, what is going to be best for residents of Tallahassee and this region? And that could very well be what is being proposed, what is before us. But we can't know because we haven't even had that conversation. Commissioner Matlow mentioned this. We've seen our agenda materials include just like lies that Tallahassee residents will soon no longer have to leave Tallahassee to receive care. We've heard today, and we heard in previous months, that there are certain kinds of procedures that Tallahassee residents will always have to travel for. So it's just simply, it's simply not true. There were some other questions from some of the speakers that I wanted to just clarify. The question of the debt, it is my question, it is my understanding that TMH will remain responsible for the debt. Is that correct? Yes. Correct. And in the event, according to the MOU, that the lease is terminated with TMH, the hospital's revenues are
still to be paid to the bondholders. Yes.
Yes. Are secured by the hospital's revenues.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
On point, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Matlow.
And the valuations that we've seen on the hospital property, are those based on the hospital's revenues? Because I don't believe we had a full accounting of the hospital's revenues for valuation.
One of the valuation methods was EBITDA, which would have taken into account revenues and expenses.
And we did that without TMH's participation?
Yeah, they're publicly available documents in order to determine that. It was readily available.
And what was that evaluation?
I think the net was probably in the $100 million range, because anytime you do an EBITDA transaction, you would include the debt. But it is one of the ones, and it's attached to your agenda material. That would be if you're selling the business, right, to Commissioner Matlow, that you would take into account the
My point is, if we're taking into account the debt, we need to take into account the revenue, because they go hand in hand. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sure. Commissioner Porter, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Another question was asked, whoever would like to answer or give a stab at it. And I want to make clear before asking this question, I mean, I have no doubt that FSU intends to make good on its commitments. But what assurances do we have that FSU can make good on its commitments? And that's not, I mean, you can take a stab at it, but I'm asking this, I mean, I care too, but it was also asked by a member of the public today.
I mean, it's a contractual obligation, so, they're on the hook. And so they, there's, there are damages and remedies if they breach the contract. So I think it's, in that respect, it's a regular contractual situation.
Thank you. So, and this question I asked you, I guess it's a comment at this point. We discussed this at our briefing. According to the MOU, let me just pull it up. And this goes back to the conversation about an appraisal. And please correct me if I'm wrong here, because I do actually have a question. So all assets owned by the city, including all real property and personal property assets that are leased to Tallahassee Memorial Healthcare, this is the transfer of all of that.
Yes.
But we don't, or define city assets to me, because we don't have like a list of all that entails, you know, and medical equipment is not cheap. So is it normal that in a transaction like this, where you say we're selling all the assets, that you don't really know what that means, that you can't say like, here's an attached list of all the assets and equipment and, you know, physical property?
Well, and and FSU's lawyer can probably address this to some extent, but I mean, we know the parcels of property that,
Right.
you know, so we've got that. We know the buildings that are located on, those are being transferred. The personal property is a little bit of an oddness based on this situation. And I mean, a typical lease, you know, if you're the tenant, it's your personal property, you walk away
Right.
with it. Here, because of the nature of this, you know, the city at the end of the day would, you know, is the lessor of the personal property as well. But I think in the conveyance, so what we're giving to FSU, assuming this goes forward, is the city saying we're giving you all we have here of the, you know, real property and personal property. And FSU, it's up to you to, you know, make sure this is, you know what you're getting here. So yeah, Bruce, you feel free to respond further.
Weiner, will you introduce yourself?
Sure.
For the record, please?
Bruce Weiner, counsel for Florida State University, 201 East Park Avenue, Suite 300, Tallahassee, 33301. So in one of the prior agenda items included all the parcels that are contemplated for transfer. And the personal property is mentioned in some agenda item materials as probably part of it is leased, and I may need my Murray Moore to opine on that and to give us some thoughts. But the personal property that is used in the hospital is partly, I guess, given when the 79 lease was entered into, and then all of that has evolved over time. And so I think some of it's leased, and possibly some of it is owned, and there's a lot of debt on that personal property. So if you do a search, you'll see security agreements. So I don't think that property was factored in too heavily in the valuation, but City Manager Goode can comment on that.
Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Weiner. So what was that property? And to be clear, my question was about the physical property and not, you know, we know what the parcels are and all that. Was the medical equipment, all of that factored in to this equation? Some of this is being leased, and TMH will remain responsible for the debt of this equipment, even though it's being transferred to FSU according to this MOU. Is that correct?
Yes. I mean, some of the equipment has, you know, purchase money, security interest in it, so they've got to give the property, you know, personal property back. They don't pay the
Right.
payment. So yeah, so that's all just moves over
Okay.
to that side.
Okay. My other question, which we discussed in my briefing, the MOU also says that FSU will maintain a charity care policy consistent with or more generous than the indigent care requirements set forth in the current TMH lease. And I asked, you know, what is the level of that charity care? And at the time, we didn't have a straight answer necessarily, and it was something that we were still working on. Is that correct? Is that how you remember it? And is there any update to that?
No, I mean, the way we looked at it, so this was done intentionally, and we had a lot of discussion about it, and sort of concluded, I mean, we know, we can quantify today what TMH is doing charity care-wise. And so from the city standpoint, the desire was just to keep that going. My recommendation to the city is to be general about this, because it can get way in the weeds about, well, what is, this and that, and healthcare changes so quickly. And there are games played with this by not TMH, but other entities that, well, we're providing charity care, but we only have these 2 beds here and they're full, so we're sending them over to you. So we wanted to get away from all that and just say, hey, we're comfortable, the city standpoint, the community, with what you're doing now. You just got to keep doing at least that level.
And what is the level that TMH is providing?
Well, their financial statements show a level. I think in reality, it's a lot higher than that, but you can look on their financial statements and see what they charge for charity care. I think, Mark, around $20 million, something in that range.
What was that? I didn't hear you.
Around $20 million a year.
Okay. So, I'm harping on this just because this is such an important issue to of course to me, but to the community. So how would we go about if FSU were not, if we had concerns that anyone we were entering into this agreement with were not living up to that commitment, if it's so general, like how do we even hold them accountable? How do we even know if they're meeting that commitment, and how would we even enforce it?
Well, we have 2 provisions there. One is that they'll continue to operate a full-service hospital, which is very important because, one of the ways you can get out of the charity care is what I just described. Well, yeah, sorry, we're not operating an ER anymore. That's, somebody else can do that. We're still a hospital. We're still providing indigent care if you come in for surgery or something like that. So that's one thing. That's a requirement. And then the other is just, again, we can go back and point to, well, no, TMH was doing this at this point. And so we could come up with a 30-page agreement to go through everything that they're doing at this point, but it just seemed to make more sense that it be a general requirement. And I think it's really to the city's advantage, in my view.
Okay, thank you. And what are the next steps if we move forward? What are the definitive agreements? This MOU is non-binding. What definitive agreements would come next?
Well, this is designed for an asset purchase agreement.
Okay.
So there'll be probably just one agreement between the city and FSU. It's intended that be accompanied by the new lease agreement between FSU and TMH. There are a number of other agreements that are expected between FSU and TMH, and those are sort of operating outside of this parameter. But these 2, given that they're sort of linked together in the MOU.
Is there a legal reason that the city should enter into this MOU before FSU and TMH have concluded their negotiations? Is there an advantage to our doing that?
Well, I think there's an advantage under, in terms of a process that if the city intends to, the intent of the MOU, and I think the same with the FSU and TMH MOU from earlier in last year, was to show, we're intending to move forward with this. So your action tonight shows if you choose to approve it, shows the intent of the city to move forward. It's not a done deal. It'll come back, and as I mentioned before, a lot of the devil is in the details on a lot of this. So you'll get the opportunity to see the asset purchase agreement and some of these things fleshed out, which, there's some fleshing to do.
Can you elaborate on what will be fleshed out? Like what more information might we have, or what more detail might be included in the
Well, one is, so this calls for a dispute resolution process. So I've sent over to the city attorney a 3-page one I've done somewhere else that, goes through this whole elaborate, here's what we'll do next, and there's a panel, blah, blah, blah. So that's one example of what would be there.
Okay. Anything else significant?
Well, I mean,
You
you know,
can
just a
share.
lot of the provisions here need
Yeah.
to have a little more meat on them. I
Okay.
mean, what do we mean exactly when we say this? And so, for instance, it says that the lease restrictions are we need to decide what period that is. That's not specified. So there's a few things.
Okay, thank you.
On point, Mr. Mayor. If I may.
On point, but we've got 3 other commissioners that haven't even begun our questioning as well. Commissioner Matlow?
Just on the question.
Sure.
You mentioned the lease agreement with TMH at our next meeting. Everything that's been negotiated between FSU and TMH and the MOU, from the board structure to the amounts of votes it takes, is that included in the lease agreement, or will those be definitive documents before the sale agreement comes before us?
Bruce can correct me. I believe that will be in the operating lease between TMH and FSU. Am I correct on that? The makeup of the board and that stuff? Okay. Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sure, thank you. Commissioner Williams-Cox?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to thank everybody for coming out. And I also want to apologize to previous city commissions that I've appeared at and may have been very passionate about issues. So Commissioner Mustin, I don't know if I ever appeared before the city commission with you, but for those commissions that I came to and I was very passionate about issues, I'm going to apologize because now I'm sitting in this seat and I know I have a better understanding of why you had to do what you were having to do. And I want to say to this, I have had all kinds of discussions. I've had my questions answered by all of the people involved. I've talked with Mark. I've talked with Dr. McCullough. I've talked with President Marvin Johnson. I've talked to the city manager. I've had briefings with you, the city attorney. I've talked to all the community. I've talked to all of the people. And I still keep hearing from some folks about a rush. I'm going to say this. I've done this 3 times, and it only took 9 months each time for it to happen. I've given birth to a whole human being in a 9-month period. One of them came a little early. So that wasn't rushed. By the time this is done, it will be a whole year that we have been having this conversation in our community. And I think that people are just ready to do whatever we're going to do and just move on. And I will say that in my conversations with individuals, I have been very clear that this is not going to happen overnight. It's going to be an evolution, but you got to start somewhere. And if we don't start, and we wait 5 years from now, 10 years from now, it's just going to take even longer. I understand that all specialties, we won't be able to do all specialties. But some of the things I've heard tonight and what I've heard in the past, such as the pediatrics, and we heard today about some of the pastors who were there who talked about what they had to do, and they still lost their child. So we've got to try to make North Florida, in my opinion, make North Florida healthy and whole, and start now and do our best to get there. Not maybe not while I'm on the commission, but to come. And I think that it is our responsibility to do now what we believe will be good for the future. Dr. Alma Littles, good Quincy girl like myself, we know what it's like to grow up in a rural community without good health care. Once upon a time, there were doctors in our city who wouldn't see people who looked like us. And so we had to do home remedies and things like that to try to survive. Here we are now with advanced technology, advanced education, advanced knowledge, the opportunity to bring even more of that here to our community, to the capital city of the 3rd largest state in the union. I think that to miss this opportunity would be negligent on our part, to not push forward to make this happen, not just for the students at FSU, but for the students at FAMU, for the students who will come from Howard, the students who will come from other places across this country to get this type of education and training. So I don't want to miss this opportunity to be a part of something historic that's going to bring good health success to our community. And so I don't need to rehash all of what my personal experiences are and people who I know and people who I run into in Piggly Wiggly, Winn-Dixie, and Publix, and church and funerals and all that. I don't need to bring all of that into it because that informs my decision. As I said, I have to hear the people who are not in the room. I have to hear the 205,000 plus the people in North Florida and South Georgia, like you said, that need this help. And so I am ready to move forward. Surprise. I am ready to move forward and make this a reality, if not today, which we know it's not going to happen today, but in the very near future, to be able to do the kind of things that we can do, because we have 2 major universities and a state college here in Tallahassee. We're well suited to make this happen. And so I'm reminded of the, and this is biblical, I'm reminded 12 spies were sent out to spy the land. 2 came back with a minority report that said, we can take the land. I am here today to say that with a well-made-up mind and a group of committed people, we can make this a success that will benefit not only those of us here now, but for those who will be coming in the future. So I am ready to move forward, Mr. Mayor, and I am going to, I know Commissioner Richards needs to weigh in, but I'm going to go ahead and make the motion that we move forward in this process to the next step.
Okay. There is a motion that's been made by Commissioner Williams-Cox for option number 1, which is recommended action, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. Mayor Pro Tem, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I, too, want to thank everyone who has come out to speak on this issue or to hear what the issues are concerning this issue that I believe will be transformative for the city of Tallahassee, Leon County, and for our region. And that's largely why I am supporting moving forward with this initiative. My focus from day one has been on providing the highest quality health care that we can provide for the citizens of this community. I've been laser focused on that. And so I've taken it upon myself to be involved in the community, to meet and talk with President McCollum and with CEO Mark O'Brien and our attorney and the city manager and I have taken it upon myself to educate myself on what the issues are and how best for us to move forward in this regard. We've heard from the professionals. I don't question them. I was a school psychologist for 20 years. I wouldn't expect Attorney Muschin to come to me and question my expertise in the realm of school psychology because he's not trained in that. So I have to rely on the information that he gives me. I'm not going to question their motives or their intent because I feel like they have as much interest in bettering this community as I have. I have been in Tallahassee for 50 years. I came here as a student at Florida State University, decided to make this my home. For 28 of those 50 years, I have served this community in one capacity or another. So, and my wife and I, 30 years ago, decided to build our home on the south side of Tallahassee, where we are now, and where we raised our 2 beautiful daughters, who one is a Naval Academy graduate and the other is in her 3rd year at the Naval Academy on the south side of town. And I'm trying not to get emotional about this, but I have to in a sense, because it's also personal for me. I've had some medical conditions within the past 6 months that required me to be admitted to Tallahassee Memorial Hospital. I got excellent care, there during the time I was there. My wife delivered our 2 children there, Commissioner Williams-Cox, at TMH. Excellent care. She, and I think she would be okay with me saying this, was diagnosed with breast cancer about 15 years ago or so. Excellent care at TMH. So this is personal for me, y'all. I ain't playing around with this. I talk to people in the community. I involve myself in the community to find out what it is people need and what they want. I think that's the responsibility of a representative. That's what public service, part of what public service is all about, being involved in the community and hearing what the citizens, what those people who vote for you have to say about what they want to see from their city, the programs and services that they want to see. And that's what I've been hearing as I traverse this community and talk to people about what they want to see in terms of the quality of health care in this community. And so I'm listening to the professionals, I'm listening to the experts, I'm listening to the citizens, and I believe we're on the right path. If I didn't, I wouldn't support this, but I believe that we're on the right path. And, you know, when I'm not around anymore, I want my children or my grandchildren, if we're fortunate to have them, Mr. President, to say that, you know, my father, my grandfather was part of making the decision to make this happen for our community back all those years ago. And I'm proud of what he did, and I hope that all of us can look forward and see that this is going to be in the best interest of our community. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, there's a motion on the table for option number 1, which is recommended action made by Commissioner Williams-Cox, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. I'm extremely excited about taking the next step. I fully support the merger, and I intend to vote for the motion. All those in favor signify by Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't support the motion on the table, and I don't think we should sell this hospital. However, if we are going to sell this hospital, I'm willing to offer a compromise and vote to sell this hospital if we get fair market value for the asset. It seems a foregone conclusion that we're going to sell this hospital, and I think to do that, we need a certified appraisal. I think we need to reject the $109 million evaluation in the Ankara report. It's based on very limited information. It says the property value was not available as of the lease date in 1979. It's dependent upon accuracy of initial historical value. Limited information exists for growth in the specific geographic market and industry, may not capture the specific facts and circumstances surrounding the subject assets, does not consider the income producing capacity of the assets. All things that go into the real value of this property today. I think a more honest approach are the other evaluations, even in the Ankara report, which still aren't a certified appraisal because we haven't gone through the process. That's $418 million for the real property value and the personal property that my understanding we do own based on the lease agreement. I think that is a fair price. And if we wanted to go the other route and calculate debt and income, I think we'd have to work to actually get those numbers from TMH as part of an actual appraisal. They estimate that at $220 million. So there's no way protecting the public interest lets this go for anything less than $220 million. You know, even those numbers include, their revenue numbers include the indigent care that they're already performing. In fact, the status quo is indigent care. If we don't sell at all, indigent care continues under TMH. I think that has to be made clear. So I'd offer a substitute motion with the intent to support a sale when it comes back with a fair market value, 2 fair market value appraisals that are accredited.
Motion on the table, is there a second?
Can you repeat the motion?
So the motion would be to bring this back for consideration after performing 2 accredited appraisals to determine fair market value, and then we would move to the next step.
I'll second that.
Second motion. Motion on the table. Substitute motion on the table made by Commissioner Matlow, seconded by Commissioner Porter. I respectfully do not agree and will not support the substitute motion. I do support the process that has been established, has been followed by the city manager, conferred and agreed upon by our city attorney, conferred and agreed upon outside counsel, and quite frankly, outside counsels of all the represented parties. I intend to support the original motion on the table. Commissioner Porter, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What do you mean you invoked the city attorney? I mean, this isn't a question of legality. This is a question of policy. So can I just ask what you meant when you said that? Sure.
Yeah, because I just walked over and asked our city attorney, was she part of the process creating how we came up with the valuation? And she said yes. And I said, do you agree with the manager and how we came up with the valuation? She said yes. So I agree with the city attorney, and I agree with the manager and the outside counsel for us and for all the parties that are interested. Madam Attorney.
Yes, I agree, Commissioner. It's not a policy question for me, but I did understand the starting point, and I understood the Ancura valuation, how that number came up, and that was the starting point of the negotiation.
Sure.
Do you have a legal opinion on which value?
Hold on,
in the
Commissioner
Ancura
Matlow.
proposal?
Commissioner Porter's got the floor, and I'll come to you in just a second.
Understanding something I don't think is the same as recommending something. So I just want to understand, are you recommending against getting 2 state-certified appraisals as outlined in our own city policy?
That's a policy decision for the commission to make.
I just want to make that clear.
Right. But also remember that this is not a straight real estate transaction. This is a more complicated transaction, hence the reason why the process was created the way it was and agreed upon the attorneys of all the parties represented and how we've gotten to this point. But we can agree to disagree,
That's
and I
fine.
understand
I just
that.
I don't
And that's
want
why I have the floor. That is why I respectfully will not be supporting the substitute motion and will be supporting the original motion. I encourage you to support the substitute if that's what you believe, and we'll go forward from there. Commissioner Matlow, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Madam Attorney, do you have a legal opinion on which valuation method in the Ancura report most closely reflects market value of the property?
I don't think that's a legal question, Commissioner, so I do not have a legal opinion.
Thank you. I agree. I, too, was just confused of how the attorney's opinions were related to the value. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sure. There's a substitute motion on the floor that was made by Commissioner Matlow, seconded by Commissioner Porter. All those in favor of the substitute motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion fails 2-3 with the mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Commissioner Williams-Cox in dissent. Now we're back to the original motion on the table, which is the recommended option number 1, made by Commissioner Williams-Cox, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. All those in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
And the motion passes 3-2 with the mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Commissioner Williams-Cox in favor. We are in recess until 7:25. Call the City Commission meeting back into order at 7:28. I've got a quorum in chambers. We are on unagended speakers. All right, Mr. Cook, let's begin.
Thank you, Mayor. We have 60 speakers for our unagended portion of our meeting.
All right.
As before, 3 minutes for each speaker. I'll call the first, which is Gary Blankenship. Gary Blankenship is our first speaker, followed by Tara Botter.
Your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Gary Blankenship. I live at 3220 Arbor Hill Way. Didn't realize I was going to get to lead off. First of all, I want to thank you. It's been a long time since I've been to one of these, and I'd forgotten how long they could be, and your patience at listening to people, many of them who are yelling at you, many of who disagree and agree with you, but it is appreciated, and I'm glad that you have put up with it. That said, I'm here to yell at you a little bit. I wish you had not signed an agreement with ICE. I've only got 3 minutes. Please let me try to get through this, and I'm not feeling very well. ICE has been open about they are not giving people in their custody due process rights, and they are housing them in inhumane, intolerable conditions. You might want to call them concentration camps. On that basis alone, there should be no agreement. You should not be supporting an agency that does that to people. It's wrong. A side effect of that is by linking the Tallahassee Police Department to that, even if they're not out doing ICE enforcement, in people's mind, you've now tied Tallahassee Police Department with ICE. You've tied them with the atrocities that are going on with ICE right now around this country. And that stench, they do not deserve that stench that will attach to them. What happened last week in Minnesota was a textbook example of how not to handle that type of incident. And yet there will be no consequences. The leaders of our country have declared that it's an acceptable action. There will be no investigation. There will be no trial. We daily see images of ICE agents pointing guns at people, exercising their First Amendment rights, pushing them with no consequence. The thing that sticks in my mind was a video from a couple weeks ago, very prosaic. A man coming out of a grocery store buying food for his family. He was not legal, but his family was. His wife and his children were. 3 ICE agents accosted him, threw him into a car, and then they looted his carriage. They took his food that he paid for. They took the food out of his family's mouth.
You're at 30
seconds. They did it in front of cameras, knowing they were being filmed, and they did not care, and nothing happened. You cannot be tied to that. The Tallahassee Police Department cannot be tied to that. We live in a constitutional democracy governed by the rule of law. A nice way of summing that up, and I'll admit I stole this from a TV show, is...
Thank you. Thank you.
3 minutes?
3 minutes, yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker, please.
And then the next speaker will be Jennifer Mattingly.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Hello, my name is Tara Botter. My zip code is 32313. I am standing here today after having spoken at multiple city commission meetings on the signing of the 287G agreement and the sale of the golf course, and after the commission had ignored community feedback on almost every major hot-button issue they have voted on. First, I want to go over the city's abhorrent complicity in this administration's cruelty by signing the 287G agreement. ICE has already resorted to racial profiling tactics, infringing on due process, concealing their identities, and kidnapping people who have spent their entire lives in this country and contributing to building their communities. If that didn't change your mind about having our police departments receive training from those same ICE agents in order to further ICE's agenda, the murder of several Americans by ICE agents across the country, including Renee Good and Keith Porter, has to. Because if it doesn't, I genuinely can't comprehend what is going through your heads. Even if you just didn't care about the lives impacted and wanted to preserve your seats at any cost, you have to understand how wildly unpopular voting to give police ICE powers in a blue city is. After the murder of Renee Good, protests sprang up across the country after Americans witnessed how ICE's brutality did not just extend to immigrants, you know how the poem goes, first they came for the Jews, but to anyone who objects to their cruelty. More than 1,000 events were planned across the country in Renee Good's honor and against ICE's brutality last weekend, and the January 8 TIRA protest and vigil in Tallahassee at the Capitol was one of them. It had a turnout of more than 300 people, and despite the incredibly short notice, and put on display just how angry our city is with ICE. I understand you're afraid of the state government retaliating if you exit the agreement, but we aren't going to let you off scot-free for placing our community at risk. If you keep this up, you will lose your seats, for certain. Why go down as the people who were too cowardly to stand up to an administration that is saying the quiet part of its fascist agenda out loud by using Nazi dog whistles on its social media posts and actively lying to cover up its agents' killings of innocent civilians? The sale of the golf course to the Capital City Country Club is another way you're proving yourselves to be on the wrong side of history. You voted to sell off valuable public land and failed to protect the legacies of enslaved people even after almost everyone in the room told you not to. The sale involved the clause that allowed the termination of the creation of the enslaved people's memorial at any time, did not prevent the graves themselves from being golfed over, and permanently throws away land that could be immensely useful to the city in the long run. It's time you listen to the public or stop claiming to represent them. If a room full of speakers from all walks of life isn't a good sample size of Tallahasseans as a whole, then why not ask more Tallahasseans? We demand that you hold a town hall to gather more public input on 287G and the golf course sale and conduct outreach to gather the opinions of more community members if we aren't good enough. Show that you are not afraid of genuine democracy and reverse the unpopular and immoral decisions you have made.
Very much.
Or would you rather this
Thank
room
you.
be empty?
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Next speaker is Jennifer Mattingly. Jennifer Mattingly. And then Nova.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Jennifer Mattingly, 32304 is my zip code. And I'm here today asking for help because I have been targeted by Department of Children and Families twice now. They have attorneys in DCF who are training their investigators, their agents, to lie in sworn documents and affidavits. I have a video that proves that an investigator in the second time they came after me, that proves that they lied. And I've reported this to Tallahassee Police Department, and all I get is looking the other way, no explanations for why they allegedly can't do anything to bring them to justice. They're clearly going to come after me again. They're just waiting for the next report to come in. That seems to be about the only thing that can stop them, is they don't just show up on your doorstep, thank goodness, but they, wait until a report comes in, then they send an investigator that if they can't find anything to use against me, they will say that I voluntarily surrendered my daughter to them. That's what happened the second time they came after me. There was even an officer standing right at the door who testified at the shelter hearing that that's not what happened, that they literally forced me to deliver my daughter to them, that it was not an option, and then yet they still say in the affidavit that it was voluntary. And so I'm just looking for any help I can get to keep me from being targeted, to bring these corrupt public servants to justice. They're making a mockery of the Florida Constitution where it says a public service is a public trust. They're, doing these crimes under color of law, and it really needs to stop. So if there's any help that I can get, I would really appreciate it.
I think you may have reached out to our office, and we have been in contact with TPD about that. Why don't I reach out to you tomorrow and follow up?
I would really appreciate that.
Sure.
I've spoken with several people there,
Yes.
Office of Inspector General. I can give you names.
Okay.
I've kept a detailed log of everyone I've contacted.
I'll call you tomorrow.
Okay, I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Next speaker is Nova, followed by Dee Dee.
Hello.
Your name and address, please.
Nova and 32333 for my zip code. Within the last month, both Renee Nicole Good and Keith Porter were killed by ICE agents. As we speak, ICE continues to abuse its power to kidnap Black and brown citizens. We've seen firsthand what these people do. They torture, they kill, they deport, they put these people in concentration camps. And on October 22nd, the City Commission right here voted to not repeal ICE's 287G agreement. This program allows ICE to use our own local police to further their unlawful, racist, and cruel sweep of the country here in our home state of Florida. The city has the power to reverse this agreement, and with the recent gross abuse of power on behalf of ICE, the 287G program must be revoked. The citizens that call Tallahassee home deserve to feel safe in their own homes and workplaces. Your job as members of this city government is to protect our citizens. These are our neighbors and our family, and as long as ICE is in our city, no one is safe.
The next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Dee Dee. Dee Dee and then Wendy Halleck. Not seeing anyone respond to Dee Dee, then Wendy Halleck. Followed by Taylor Roberts.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Wendy Halleck, longtime resident of Tallahassee, 32301. I'm here today to request that the City Commission vote to revoke the 287G agreement with ICE, which allows TPD to participate in ICE actions. I understand that this was not part of your agenda today. I really enjoyed being here for all of the agenda, though, I'll have to say. I'd like to assume that those of you who supported this agreement, Mayor Daley, Commissioners Richardson and Cox, I'd like to assume that you felt at the time that it was in Tallahassee's best interest to cooperate with the federal branch of immigration enforcement. But I'd also like to assume that you are aware that we are now in an increasingly grave and critical moment in time. Even if you can somehow find a way to turn your head and ignore the heartbreaking circumstances of immigrant families being torn apart and children being left without their parents, and this is happening right here in Tallahassee, it's hard to believe that you can unsee the increasingly lawless and dangerous actions of ICE. They are acting outside the norms of law enforcement and using excessive violence to intimidate both immigrants and U.S. citizens who have stood up to observe, record, or protest their actions. In the past few weeks alone, they have been repeatedly observed spraying chemical weapons into the faces of observers and into cars that they randomly stop, even when children are in the cars. ICE officers are racially profiling people at their places of work, at schools, and in grocery stores, violently dragging them into custody, whether they are citizens or not. They are forcing their way into homes without warrants. They've pointed their guns directly at peaceful protesters, including members of the clergy, and of course, clergy. Now they have shot and killed a mother of three, Renee Nicole Good, as well as the less publicized killing of Keith Porter. It's clear to me that your decision to cooperate with ICE and the 287G agreement needs to be rescinded. At this moment in our history, we all must choose to see what is right before our eyes. We must choose between what we know is right and what we know is wrong. We must choose to be better. We must adopt a higher moral code. Even if the involvement of TPD is minimal, we do not want to align ourselves with ICE when they openly and unapologetically and purposefully
You have 30 seconds
operate
remaining.
with intimidation, fear, and violence. Thank you. We have far more reason to fear ICE agents than we have to fear immigrants who have come to the U.S. to work and seek a better life. Aligning our TPD with ICE is not right for our immigrant community. It's not right for U.S. citizens. It's not right for Tallahassee, the city we all love. It's time to rescind the 287G agreement. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Taylor Roberts, followed by Amber Brown.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Taylor Jade Roberts, my zip code is 32333. I have never lived in Tallahassee, but I've been a community member for the past 15 years with me and my family working here. Our rural hometown does not have the support or structure to assist of who we are. I've been kicked out of a church before for being non-binary and for my family being generationally queer. And I firmly believe that if ICE is invited into Tallahassee through TPD, that there will just be bloodshed on the streets. With how diverse the FSU and Tallahassee community is, inviting them into our city, it will end in bloodshed. We are a blue dot in a red sea. It will invite violence just from the rural and outstanding areas of people who are having a penchant for something more that ICE would bring in. The Tallahassee community will remember who on the commission refuses to revoke the 287G agreement, and we will vote them out if this agreement is not revoked. On the principle of keeping the community safe that you are supposed to and it's your job to keep us safe, and inviting ICE in does not keep us safe. There is no benefit that outweighs the blood that will be here, and it will be on your hands if ICE comes here and if they are invited in. Thank you, and I appreciate your time.
Our next speaker, please.
Amber Brown. And then the next speaker following will be Glick.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening now. My name is Amber Brown, 32303, and I'm speaking today to urge this commission to end the 287G agreement with ICE. I am not against the lawful identification, detainment, and deportation of individuals who have come to this country illegally or who have stayed illegally, or for those who have committed criminal offenses while they're visiting the U.S., and to hold them accountable for their charges given due process. However, right now, the brutal, violent, and illegal methods of ICE are a danger to everyone in this room. They are going door to door, racially profiling, ignoring documentation, violating civil rights, brutally assaulting people, ignoring due process to illegally detain, kill, and disappear people. Mothers, fathers, teenagers, even U.S. citizens. And we see them do this in high definition on our phones all day long, and they do this with glee and zero consequences. Our city officials and our local law enforcement should serve to protect its citizens and defend us from these thuggish actions of these racist Gestapo squads, not be complicit in their acts of violence. ICE agents are going door to door today in Tallahassee. This is our community in our neighborhood with our neighbors and their children and their grandparents and their families. What will our police do about it? Are they standing by to stop this criminal detainment of its citizens, of those of us who dare to speak out against it? Or will they be side by side with ICE with a knee on our necks or a bullet to our face? Commissioners, this is the time for you to decide which side of history you will be on. The situation and the tactics have changed since you voted on the agreement. To those of you who have voted for 287G and continue to allow ICE to terrorize your constituents, Daley, Williams-Cox, and Richardson, we will shame your names on social media, on street signs, at our protests, amongst our friends and families, and come election day, we will show you our power. End the 287G agreement with ICE, get a spine, do better, stand up, and keep your citizens safe. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Glick. And then
I'm going to encourage everyone to please work with us. Let's give everybody the opportunity to speak. And if we cannot conduct the public hearing, then we're going to end the meeting. So I'm going to ask everybody to work with me, and let's give everybody the opportunity to speak. Your name and address for the record, please.
My name is JJ, and I live at the zip code 32301. And I'm going to be saying a statement for my best friend to start. Her name is Jayla. Say no to the 287G agreement. Police officers are not trained to be federal agents, and they have no right to enter our communities and racially profile Black and brown residents simply because they supposedly fit a description that does not exist. Black and brown residents are being stopped, questioned, detained, and treated as suspects based on vague, fabricated, or non-existent descriptions. They do not use facts or evidence, so let's call it what it is, discrimination. The 287G agreement legitimizes racial profiling and creates an environment where skin color becomes probable cause, which is unacceptable. This agreement has proven to be a danger to our community. It fuels fear, tears families apart, and destroys trust between residents and law enforcement. Let me be clear, Florida is not required to hand local law enforcement over to ICE, and this is a choice that you all have made. It is a choice that prioritizes federal enforcement over the safety and civil rights of our community. There is no room for ICE in our communities and no room for ICE in this country either. The residents of Tallahassee deserve safety, not surveillance. There is no public safety benefits from this partnership, and city leaders have a responsibility to protect the people they serve. And when leaders fail to do so, we must ask, why are you in these positions if you're willing to disregard the people you serve? And so now for my opinion real quick. You all have invited murderers into our communities and onto our campuses, and I am incredibly angry at all of you for doing that. You have turned TPD and FSUPD and every organization in Tallahassee into the next iteration of slave patrols, and you have no shame for that action. Y'all are such an embarrassment to this city for choosing to collaborate with murderers. And to what end? Have we seen any more jobs? Have we seen any more justice, any more rights, anything better in our city? No. Things continue to get worse. And as a representative of Tallahassee SDS, where we are at FSU, I've seen that it has made FSU worse too. And clearly that's all y'all care about. And you have yet managed to make our university worse too. International students are terrified. They don't come out to protest. They don't come out to events. They don't speak their native language to each other anymore because they are terrified of what our police will do to them. And you have no care or concern for this issue, and we have seen that over and over again. Your concern for justice is not real. If you are allowed to terrorize our students this way, right? And yet, and then we are terrorized in our own public hearings when we're just trying to be heard because you have not listened to us once. So I hope that you all will listen to us for once, and you will listen to your community, and you will listen to FSU students because we are sick and tired, and we will vote you out.
You're at 30 seconds. You done?
I'm done, and I'm sick of it.
Okay. Next speaker. Logan Whitman. Next speaker is Logan Whitman.
Okay. Hey, Madam Attorney.
What do you want me to do?
Ladies and gentlemen, can I, if I can please have your attention so that we can allow our speakers to speak? That's my second one. I'm going to have to adjourn the meeting if I cannot get control of this meeting, please. We are adjourned.